Good evening and welcome to our Basalt Town Council meeting. Today's Tuesday, July 14th, 2026. We're going to start with an executive session, but first I'll go ahead and call the meeting to order. And Pam, will you please call the roll?
Absolutely. Let's begin with Angela Anderson.
Here.
Thank you, Angela. Rick Stevens.
Here.
Anna Berman is not going to be joining us. I apologize. Angel Dupree-Richard.
Here.
Aaron Schaffer. David Knight.
Here.
Ms. Hall.
Present.
Thank you. We have 6 of the 7 here. Ready to go.
So if someone wants to make the executive session motion, I would appreciate it.
Mayor, I move that the town council enter executive session for the purpose of discussing A, the purchase, acquisition, lease, transfer, or sale of property interests in accordance with CRS 24-6-4024, and B, determining positions relative to matters that may be subject to negotiations, developing strategy for negotiations, and instructing negotiators pursuant to CRS 24-6-402-4E, more specifically related to potential open space property acquisition.
So this is actually a special meeting, so after we get done with the executive session, I will adjourn the special meeting, and then we will start at 6 o'clock with the regular council meeting. So if you're watching the recording, you can click on that link next. All right, thanks.
We have a second.
Second.
All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
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 Okay.
Motion carries. Thank you.
Okay. Good evening and welcome back to our regular Basalt Town Council meeting. Today is Tuesday, July 14th. I apologize for the delay. We had some technical difficulties, but we are back up and running, so I will call the meeting to order. And Pam, will you please call the roll?
Absolutely. Let's begin with Angel Dupré-Bouchard.
Here.
Greg Shaffron.
Here.
David Knight.
Here.
Elise Hoddle.
Present.
Angela Anderson.
Here. Here.
No, I
We
didn't.
can't hear.
Okay, thanks, Angela. I understand we can hear you. Some people can hear you. Rick Stevens.
Here.
And Hannah Berman is absent. Thank you.
Great. Next up, we have our consent agenda, which consists of items 2A, minutes of May 12th, 2026, item 2B, minutes from June 23rd, 2026, and 2C, which are the minutes from March 24th, 2026, which should only be voted on by myself, Rick, and Angela. So how should we do that? If we just do,
You guys could do a motion to approve minutes 2A and 2B separately from 2C.
all right,
And,
Mayor, I move that the town.
Well, hold on, real quick. On 2A, there's at least one amendment to the minutes. I had some draft language here. This was the follow-up from, it was item 7C at that council meeting. It was the REMP exemption request. And so this is just to amend the minutes to reflect to accurately state the legal effect of the town council's motion. And so, I don't know, Greg, did anyone else have any other amendments to the minutes?
I found a few issues with the minutes.
And we can
With-
certainly pull that, and Greg and I can work on them and put them back on, table them to the next meeting.
let's do that, because I would like to review whatever.
Yeah, and just so you're all aware of what I found is basically like other council members being attributed for things that I would have said or that, so like review what it says that you said and maybe you didn't say it.
And that's because we're using AI and we're learning. Thank you.
All right, so which minutes are going to be amended?
Sounds like there could be a motion to,
I found issues with both 2A and 2B.
So how about, Mayor, I move that town council pull the minutes from 2A and 2B so that they can be further review and further amended and approved at a later date.
Second.
Perfect, thank you.
All those in favor?
Aye.
And approving the minutes for 2C?
yeah, if there's no issues with the minutes from March 24, Rick, David, or Angela could make a motion to approve those.
So moved.
Second. Between the three of us here, all those in favor? Aye.
Aye.
All
Aye.
right.
I heard Angela.
Thank you.
That's good. Okay, next up, we have our call to the public. Just a reminder, 3 minutes. Address your comments directly to me. Identify yourself by name and address and sign in the back of the room. And comments should be courteous, civil, and constructive. And we will make no decision or take action except to direct the town manager. And just one more point. If you're going to speak on one of the topics in the agenda where there is a public hearing, I would recommend you wait until that specific public hearing so that your comments will be reflected as part of the record for that specific item. Otherwise, it's not part of that record. So, but the floor is open if anyone would like to come up. Ted?
My name is Ted Guy. I live at 167 Swinging Ridge Lane in Basalt. I have noticed lately that very little information is getting to us through the newspapers about upcoming land uses, both the motel and one of today's topics as well. And I don't blame the town for that, because I think it's the newspaper's fault that they're not covering upcoming land use things. But I want to suggest that perhaps the town now require any applicant who comes in that will require public hearings before P&Z or the Board of County, and the Board of County Commissioners, the Town Council, that they have to do a half-page ad the Friday before their public hearing, so that the public is informed. We don't have to look at the legal notices in the back of the paper. I think that that would be very, very helpful. And they would pay for it. Secondly, I have noticed there's people just running stop signs left, right. At 7-Eleven, you know, it's like every other car, doesn't even bother to stop. And I'm not sure what the police can do about that, but they need to do something because somebody's going to get hurt or killed because people aren't even slowing down. And then I think last is just a question. All the work that's been done over there by 7-Eleven for the bridge, they tore out all the asphalt this morning and relayed it. Why? Thank you.
Thank you for the comments. Who would like to go next? If not, I will go ahead and move on. Anybody online? I don't see anyone online. I'll move on to mayor and council reports and comments. Oh, yeah, come on up. Yeah. Let's see if you raised your hand.
My
Sorry.
name is Chris Lentz. I live at 75 River Oaks Lane, which is near Valley Lumber, in case you don't know. I'm back here. I was here 5 years ago with the same problem, and that's encroachment in my subdivision of the riparian area by the homeowners. We went through a pretty lengthy thing 5 years ago, and with the town, James was involved and helped. He's helping me again. But I wanted to come up here and ask all of you to get behind him and the city attorney to enforce the environmentally sensitive area requirements. There's a new patio that was put in sometime in October last fall by one of the new residents who feels very entitled that the rules don't belong to him, they belong to everybody else or pertain to everybody else. I just want to make sure, 5 years ago, the town refused to enforce anything about the encroachments. They grandfathered them in and made an open promise that it would never happen again. Well, here we are. So if you guys don't make a move on this and make this guy remove this, you might as well burn the ordinance, because obviously it's just going to let the next guy and the next guy do the same thing. You guys have precedents for having enforced things like this in the past. You've done it on Riverside Drive. You've done it over here where the little footbridge goes across the Roaring Fork. So I don't think there should be any problem of being able to enforce it again. And I didn't want to come up here and say you have to do this. I just want to ask you all to get behind it and make sure it happens this time. And honor what didn't get done last time, or the agreement that was made last time. That's pretty much it. Thank you. I'll be back in 2 weeks to complain about the bicycles on Willets Lane.
Okay. Looking
See you
forward to
then.
it. Thanks.
Thank you.
Anyone else? And you're welcome just to come up. I don't need to call on you to actually come up. Okay. We'll move on to mayor and council reports and comments, so the floor is open.
None of those people online wanted to speak,
I don't think so.
double checking. Okay.
Y'all have anything? I don't have anything. So
But I actually am curious, I had the same question that Ted had about the Confluence Park paving. Do you know what happened there?
I don't have that information, but I do see someone that would have that information.
Yeah, there was a drainage issue when they paved the first time, and that created some ponding, and so they had to rip it out and try again. And now it's fixed as of an hour ago.
You sure?
I am.
Thanks you.
Thanks, Catherine.
I walked past it too.
And we are still waiting on our planters to be fabricated, so that's the holdup on the finishing the project.
You read my mind.
All right. Move on to town manager.
Sure, yeah. So wanted to bring something to your attention. One of the public benefits from the town's annexation of the Roaring Fork Club was the club's offer to sponsor a golf tournament each year to raise money for Basalt local charities. And so part of that is that annexation agreement requires an official application and review process for its charity events, so we facilitate that process. Currently, it is for 1 year, so that charity is awarded for that 1 year, and staff is recommending that we extend that to 3 years. For consistency, it is a big event, and we've heard from the recipient of those that runs that charity event, and this is a request that has come from them, if they could do it over 3 years and be awarded that over 3 years. So with your blessing, I would change that to be 3 years rather than 1.
Just to comment, over time, one of the issues that nonprofits have run into is finding enough people to help support the tournament.
Yeah.
So I think that needs to be pretty explicit, because it was a tremendous benefit that the community gained, because we get 3 events there, I think, and one has been the Basalt Education Foundation, but they've managed to staff it with their group. And I think that's what happened to a couple of nonprofits, is they just couldn't pull it off. So I don't know that it happened. There was a few years it didn't happen at all, I think. So that would just be a note to suggest to them that they got to come up with a staffing plan, because it was pretty popular for a long time.
Who's the beneficiary? I don't even know.
Last year it was Response. Response has actually been part of it for the last 3 years, I believe. Last year they teamed up with Mountain Valley Health.
I think that's a good way to collaborate too. You get nonprofits with a similar mission to go in together on it, not individual.
And nobody else is clamoring for that?
We've had some applications, you know, and we would put it back out for application for the next 3 years, if council's okay with the 3-year scenario. It would still be the selection process, but it would happen every 3 years instead of every 1.
And I guess I'm still not following. Why do they want 3 years?
Just to create that consistency. It's a big event, and basically the first year you're learning how to do it, and then the second year you're kind of getting your feet under you, and third year you've got it. So just to create that consistency for that organization to be successful at running the event.
Does it historically raise quite a bit of money for the nonprofit?
I think it depends on how it's run by the specific nonprofit. I think the ones that run it well, they
Because I can also see the benefit of consistency from a budgeting process, standpoint for that organization. You get better at running it, you raise more money, and then you can also plan on those funds for 3 years instead of saying like, well, we have this year, but what about next year?
Yeah.
So they can do a little bit more long-term planning.
Yeah, and the participation cost has been kind of a problem too, I think, for some people. To participate in the actual tournament is, it takes some bucks, so.
That's true anywhere.
Yeah, but I mean, that's kind of the reality of the Mid-Valley is, same with the Taste of Basalt.
So Gloria, you're looking for a motion from council to authorize advertising the Roaring Fork Club golf tournament selection for a 3-year term?
Yes.
So moved.
Second.
We have to do, Pam, will you please call the roll?
Sure.
We have to do.
You can do a voice vote on
We can
that.
do a voice vote for this one? Okay, all those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Thanks, Angela. Thanks, everybody.
And then next Monday, July 20th, we will have an open house at 20526 Highway 82, the future public services facility site on Original Road from 5 to 7. We're inviting the public and targeting neighbors to come by and learn more about the project. So hope to see you there.
Thanks. All right, next up, we will move on to presentations. Item 6A, Public Services Facility Fund. This is Doug's topic. Here we go.
All right, thank you, Mr. Mayor. And for our viewers at home here, you won't be able to see my red marker here, but I'll be doing that for James as a cue to toggle over where I'm speaking. So we're starting off here with a summary of the REITs that the town has in place for the transfer of properties. And you'll see here there's Roaring Fork, there's RETA over Willits, there's a RETA two at Willits, there's one at Cypress Meadows, Stotts Mill. Basalt River Park is listed here twice because there's two different pieces of it. As the money comes in, where it can be, actually it has three pieces to it. Lake Modern has two, and then the most recently scheduled to be completed property here is across the street, the Basalt Center Circle, also known as the Midland Residences. Okay, so those are all the REITs right now. So the purpose of this schedule is to illustrate, for instance, Roaring Fork Club, the RETA balance can be used for 4 different purposes: affordable housing, a public structure, post, or for non-for-profits. And we just had our audit sign off on this last meeting. So we had audited numbers through 12/31. I've updated them through 3/31. And the plan going forward will be to actually just update this quarterly. We do a quarterly report. This would be a presentation that would be part and parcel with that information. So the council has 4 different choices on how the Roaring Fork Club can be used. RETA has the RETA over in Willits. There's 3 different choices. Willits 2, there's 3. Cypress Meadows, all arts. So since we're talking about the public services facility in Pitchview, which is also known as Parcel 9, the rugby field, a lot of different names for it, which we'll get to. I'm not showing an illustration of how that money is to be used. Stotts Mill has 4 different choices. Now, this is where the choices of the council ends. We get to Basalt River Park. It's very prescriptive. The RETA is very prescriptive on how the money can be used. So, for instance, Basalt River Park, 75% of the money is tagged for affordable housing. 12.5% is for green initiatives. Another 12.5% is arts. Likewise, Lake Modern, very prescriptive. 75% of the RETA is allocated for affordable housing, and a quarter is allocated for public transportation. That, by the way, is how we're funding some of the extension of services for Basalt Connect. So, and you'll see here Basalt Center Circle, this is going to be all affordable housing. So what I did, in conjunction with consultation with Gloria and other colleagues, is what we ended up doing is we ran the numbers through 3/31, and we're making a recommendation, not a declaration, a recommendation on how the RETA's monies should be, or how they could be deployed. And you'll see here the public service facility is bringing up $2.5 million of RETA money. Pitchview is running in $1.9 million. There's nothing traded yet at the Midland. Anticipating through Belinsky preliminary numbers that we could potentially receive up to $500,000 of RETA money in the first year of trading. But things don't happen until they happen. So I'm putting 0 up on the board right now. So,
Doug, can I ask a clarifying question?
of course.
The column that's labeled the Midland,
Yes.
is that the 6 units that we're purchasing?
Correct.
Okay.
Yes. Yep.
It's all the, there's more than, how many units are subject to that RETA?
64.
All 65 are subject to that RETA, so would trigger that RETA payment. Yeah.
Well, no, I'm not asking what would trigger the RETA. I'm asking
What the Midland is.
what the Midland,
Oh, what the project is.
yeah,
Gotcha,
would be
yeah.
benefiting from the RETA.
Yeah,
Right.
yeah.
Right.
So that would be the 6 affordable units that
Yes.
we're purchasing, or potentially purchasing.
But we are purchasing.
We are purchasing.
Okay. All right, let's go to page 2. So now, this is where it gets a little dense. A lot of information here we're trying to wrangle here. So in this scenario here, there's only 2 things that can happen. Either we get the ballot initiative that passes, or it doesn't. So what I laid out here was if the ballot initiative, wait, we have to turn the lights down, like a movie theater. So the 2.4 million is available to the town, whether the ballot initiative is passing or whether it fails. You'll look here what our general funds are. Now, this is an audited number at 12/31/2025. We have uncommitted general fund reserves of a little over $7.1 million. We also have an escrow deposit on the actual purchase of these units across the street. Elise was talking about these 6 units of $595. The actual, just for clarity, this is not the total reserves of the general fund. The general fund reserves are like 13.3 million, but remember, we have a reserve policy. We're embargoing money for rainy day. We have Tabor Reserve. There's some monies against that. This is unencumbered money. And that's available to us whether the ballot initiative passes or fails. Now, if the ballot initiative passes, which we're asking for a half a penny, half a penny is going to yield, in my approximation, annually $1.5 million of additional revenue. And how I got that is that the taxes collected from the state, sales tax collected from the state is $9 million. That's a 3% rate. So 1% would be 3 million. 0.5% would be 1.5. Now, if we had laid that out, we went to borrow, and we were to amortize a note over 20 years, and we could get 5% of a rate, which is all those remain to be seen. We could, that present value of that payment, annual payment, would yield just a little over $18.5 million in a borrowing amount today. So we would have that as a source available to the town to actually build out the public service facility, which all that adds up to $28.9. Now, if it fails, which can happen, what do? So we have, when we bought the land over an original road, we issued a COP for the purchase of the property, and we were servicing that lease by an annual payment around $400,000. It's a little bit higher than that, but let's just call it $400,000. And in the current budget of 2025, that lease has been paid off, so it's all we own that land free and clear. But we've been using that $400,000 that heretofore was for the servicing of the COP obligation as payment for the Wold team on designing this building that we've been working on. So we've embargoed that money. So the plan would be, if the ballot initiative fails, that we would further embargo $400,000, and that we would use that as currency to borrow under the same terms. This would be a 20-year term, 5%, and that would yield just under $5 million. So that gets us to 15. 15 isn't 28, but it's 15. So as we work through the possible, what can happen, we're looking to build a public service facility which would house the police department and public works. And the full Monty would be, I think we're targeting 25 million or so. Now, if we're not successful, somebody's going to be odd man out would be what we have to decide. And I'm not making that recommendation now, but we'd only have 15 million to build the facility. So you with me on that so far?
Yep.
All right. So now we turn to another big project here is Parcel 9. Has lots of names: Cypress Meadows, Pitchview. This is the extraction that we got from the developer when Cypress Meadows was developed. And we have this $1.9 million comes from my RETA summary from the previous page. So we have $1 million unembargoed money. We have unspent bond money, and we have. And let's just for fun, let's just go to the next page just for a second. Show you how I'm getting these numbers. This is an audited number, the net equity number of Fund 41. Fund 41 is our construction fund that housed and administered our tax-exempt and taxable bonds that were issued towards the end of 2021. You see that money coming in here, 2022. That was the money that came in that was used to pay for Midland and also paid for, it was 8 million, the offering was 8,135,000. And we had been targeting 6 million for affordable housing and 2 million for green. That was how the taxable money was split up. The tax exempt money of 9.5 million was Midland, and that went all into the streetscape project. So I went through the ledger for all of these years and said, where is the money popping out at? Okay, where was it tagged for? And this is an equity number, so it's a full accrual equity number of what that bond money represents as of 12/31/2025. So that's where that number comes from. Now, related to this, and the reason I'm making this up, or bringing this up, is that the bond offering, and I had sent language of the ballot initiative to council and to Jeff, and looked at the actual bond offering that the investors were buying these bonds. And there was no allocation of this taxable bond of $8 million. There was no delineation as to what was green and what was affordable housing. It was very broad, okay? I can only find it in the recitals of some of the resolutions that were authorizing disbursements of funds. So I don't know the real history of how that came about, other than it's somehow made its way into a recital. I don't know if that has any bearing on anything. But the reason I bring it up is that if it doesn't, that gives us more flexibility on what we can do with the green money, because we're still short on the affordable housing. And if we're bound by that, which is affect 25% green, 75% affordable housing, if we're bound by that, fine, then that's what we'll play by. But I had asked Jeff to look at that language. You don't have to opine on it now, but Jeff is looking and see whether or not that it gives us more flexibility. Okay. All right.
Yeah, and we also discussed the green money, how it can be incorporated into an affordable housing project, like through solar on the roof or through heat pumps, things that would fit within the authorized purpose of the ballot language as well. So we're just working together to ensure that money is appropriately spent. So,
Okay.
yeah.
Right. So we're not making any conclusions now. This is just a stack we're putting together. So let's go back to the next page, or second page. All right, so let's finish this off. So that's the net equity of the fund. I only pulled basically the drawdown on what we have for 2026. We're completing the second duplex, or the duplexes over at Stotts Mill. So we got money burning out on Ari Nelson for that. We also have some money still tagged for Group Z. That's did the entitlements for Parcel 9. We had done that deed restriction buy down over on Lakeside Drive. I believe it was 412 Lakeside. We did that, and that was use of this money. And we still have some money tagged for Parcel 2E, very little. All right. So I just basically took the budgeted number, and that's so we do all that, and then it's okay. What am I missing? All right. Well, in November, the town passed a 2% lodging tax. There's an addition to the 4% lodging tax on short-term rentals. Actually, it was on rentals, right? So we don't know, it's only June, what the annual rate is going to yield in the way of additional tax, but it seems likely, I'm looking at the run rate, that that's going to assume about $200,000 of additional revenue. Now we have a lot of discretion, the council has a lot of discretion on how that money is used. So like with the 400,000, like with the additional sales tax, we could use that currency as borrowing power to service debt. So if we took that 200 and we wanted to borrow against it, I would take a shorter term. I wouldn't go 20 years. I'd take 10 years. I wouldn't want to go out too long on that. At a 5% rate, it should be about $1.5 million. So we're building a stack here for.
And that would be for a COP, correct?
These would be COPs.
What would be the against?
This would be, the COP would be $1.5 million, and it'd be secured by the lodging tax of the rental.
Okay.
Right. So we're about a $5 million stack. Now, these things, there's 16 units, and it's about $1 million a pop to build these things. We're looking at getting a sharper number on what that is. But so directionally, let's just say it's a million. We're limited on what we can sell them for, categories 3, 4, and 5. We're limited by CHAFA rates on what maximum sales prices can be. We don't know for sure when these things are actually going to be done, when those CHAFA numbers are going to be 3, 4, 5 years out. But it's probably safe to say it's probably going to be more than 500,000. So I've just been directionally working with, okay, we're going to maybe get, if we sell these things as affordable housing, deed restricted, 3, 4, or 5, and maybe get $500,000, and we're going to put $1 million in it. We're going to be upside down 500,000. 500,000 times 16 units is $8 million. So we're basically still $3 million in the hole.
If we sell.
If we sold them.
Yeah.
Now, if we didn't sell them, we'd be 16 million in the hole, less 5. We'd be 11 million in the hole. Because we'd have to pay
Rented
for all the
them.
construction costs.
What about renting them? What is that?
Well, and then now, that's a whole other analysis we haven't done. That's the gating question, frankly, on parcel 9, whether or not we need to, whether we own them or whether we rent them. That is the gating question, frankly. Now, we have the town, I keep saying we, the town will own, once the duplexes, the duplex over at Stotts Mills, 2 additional units. When that's complete, and we add 6 units to the inventory over here across the street, the town is going to own 24 units of housing. And if you add 16 to that, and that's 40. So the question is, how much is enough? Or how much is too much? And then what does that mean for the, I mean, these are, and I'm not making a recommendation, I'm making a, hoping you're not thinking this as a conclusion. What I'm trying to do is elicit all of these various things, because there's more things here to go over. How we want to allocate capital, and how we want to set priorities, and that's really the direction that the council needs to set as far as the next steps. All right. So you with me or not?
With you, yeah. I think that gating though question, I totally agree, but we kind of need the analysis on what does renting it look
Yeah,
like.
we're working on that right
Okay.
now.
We have that.
And also, can it, at some point, I'd like clarification on what CHAFA's requirements are.
30%, well,
I mean, are we doing tax credits? Is that why CHAFA is involved?
no, we're just using what maximum sales price would be based on basically AMI, on categories 3, 4, and 5, and 30% of income.
It's,
Oh, okay, you're referring to the AMI as the CHAFA thing.
Correct.
Okay,
It's
I
like-
misunderstood.
Right.
I thought
We're
that
not
was
taking,
another-
we're not taking tax credits to do this. So thanks for the question. Now, what's not in here that needs to be in here, and then how I've been thinking about these things. All right, so the first thing is that we have the police station that we're at now, we own. All right, so there's 2 units over there that we could sell. We also have an annex up on, I guess it's Homestead, that we could sell as well. That's where we house some of our public works equipment. Now, or if this, I think about, okay, well, if things don't work out and town says no tax increase, then what do you do then? We could repurpose that police station for the public works facility. Again, these are just options we're throwing out, not conclusions, but just kind of options. What's not included in here is any sort of revenue kicker we'd have on the speed cameras. Okay, now whether that's a panacea for additional revenue, we'll see. You know, I don't count my chickens before they're hatched, so we'll see how that pans out. Gloria has been working with CDS, that's
Congressionally directed spending.
congressional directed spending. So we're in contact with our representatives, and there's some opportunities for grants in the fall of 2026. It's not included. Stotts Mills, we're going to be completing that duplex. Do we keep that? Do we sell it? Do we just have it to rent for additional, included in our inventory? These are all options that we have. Then we have, what is this?
Impact fees?
Oh, yeah, the impact fees, okay. All right, here, we know, or at least I have been sitting here listening to a lot of the concerns the residents have of a few south side, one way in, one way out. Do we want to do a roundabout? Do we want to make some investments in infrastructure? And if we do that, then we're going to be taking it from the general fund. And, I think the idea for infrastructure is to be on the back of development. And we have impact fees over on the south side and for development. But they're, I think that probably the way to categorize it is they're end-of-life fees, because they were determined years ago when construction costs were not what they are now. So we have impact fees that aren't covering the cost of what we're planning on doing. So one of our initiatives, and I'll say ours because it's the finance department working with Gloria, will be reviewing some of our impact fees, not for things currently under contemplation, but for new developments, future annexations, if there are any, to see whether or not those impact fees would actually then help pave the way for some of the infrastructures needed to happen. And there was a decision out in California, the Sheets decision, that was just, it has to have nexus, or impact fees have to have nexus, going to have some sort of, you can't charge for parking if you're not using parking, or some, that example if you wanted to go more into that.
I mean, generally, impact fees, there has to be a nexus between the development and the impact fee that it's designed to offset. And there has to be a rough proportionality between the fee and the development. And the Sheets decision basically said even for legislatively enacted impact fees, there has to be that analysis. And so there needs to be some proportionality, that nexus and proportionality even on legislatively enacted impact fees. So in that case, it had to do with a road impact fee for a development that was triggered that had not any, there was a determination, I think, that there was not any nexus or proper proportionality for that road impact fee. Makes sense.
So that would be what we would be mindful of when we look at these things going forward. Like that South Side roundabout, I've heard a number that could be as much as $3 million in improvements, and putting a mini roundabout there, improving the flow and the number of stops that intersection can handle, and actually improving the flow of things. So $3 million coming off the top there, 28.9 becomes 25.9. Still doable, but again, allocation of capital and how we want to go ahead and spend our money. And then last but not least is that once this building gets built, one way or the other, I have not quantified, beginning to quantify the cost to carry. We don't have property taxes to worry with, but we have insurance, we have OpEx, we'll have utilities. So we're working with Holy Cross on quantifying electricity costs. I'm working with CIRSA. I've already gotten up some numbers from CIRSA, which is our insurance broker, if you want to call it that, and our OpEx as well as maintenance. So working with facilities on that. So we're working on all of these things. But the idea here was just to show you the two things that are number one, as we understand it, to be higher priority. This all lays into the budget. It just doesn't contemplate what we'll be talking about later tonight. Is the reimbursement provision on a resolution that would allow for some recoupment of another COP, which we'll talk about, not tonight, but later this month, which I alluded to last meeting. And that doesn't contemplate, will likely lever up the balance sheet of the water fund to pay for our meter project. So there's a lot of things coming down the pike. And the good news about our financial position is that this year, we're making our final payment on the Albany Park COP, so that'll be out of the way. And going into 2027, the only COP we'll have outstanding is the ones we issued for the Tabor refunds. And that burn is like $200,000. It runs out in 2029. Interest rate's 2.2%, so there's no way you'd pay that off. It's cheap debt. And it's not actually debt, it's a lease. So I think the town's in good shape. I just think we want to be careful and mindful and strategic about how we okay some of these things, so we don't get too far levered on particular transactions. So that's kind of the update.
Appreciate it. Yeah, I think this is great info, and I think it's going to really help as kind of to prime our brains for the prioritization exercise going into the budget that we're going to be doing here later this month. So I mean, there's a lot to discuss. I think we should because we're at about 25 minutes already. But it's good info, but we need to move on. But if anybody has any quick questions, go ahead and ask them, but I would.
Just a comment, I think the way you distributed
the
the,
retreat coming up.
the distribution of the RETA to me is really important to understand, and that we've kind of been asking around those, what those are all about. And I think what you've done by identifying what you identified is great. And, you know, I think that part of selling this idea of a half-cent sales tax is going to depend on a solid foundation of where we are financially and how we're going to pull it off. So you've kind of, you're every meeting, there's another discovery you've made on how we can finance this project and continue to make it a priority. So I thank you very much. This is great information, and I think, you know, we found out a meeting or two ago that we have $100 million in public assets in Basalt, and that they deserve.
Book value.
Yeah, right?
Yeah,
So,
it's not market, right?
but that's a lot to protect and preserve and maintain. So thank you very much.
I'd like to make one comment, and that is that I 100% cannot get behind using the green fund for anything but green initiatives. And I say that from the perspective that I was on council when we went to the public and we asked for that. And my integrity is on the line if we do not give the public what we told them we were going to do with that money.
And
So
we did-
I am not behind that at all. If you can work it into the affordable housing project and it makes sense, I understand that. But like, if we're adding solar just so that we can take from that fund, that's not okay.
Right. Well, we did do the green project. We did spend about $1.7 million with McKinstry on the solar roofs for the schools. And so we did already spend money on green projects. Just so I don't know if you.
Oh, I know we spent money on green projects. I'm just saying, like, if we take the rest of it and we
that's
throw
fine.
it into something else, then I don't feel like that I can stand up here and represent the community and say that, you know, I did what you asked of us, that,
Gotcha.
because we went and basically marketed this, you know, initiative to the public. We asked for them to support it via vote. So,
He's just presenting potential options. We have to.
I know, and I just want to be clear that this is how I feel, and I will not change my opinion on that one.
Understood. All right. Thanks, Doug. Next up, we have our council action. So first up is 7A, continued public hearing and first reading of ordinance number 18, series of 2026, an ordinance of the Town Council of the Town of Basalt, Colorado, granting special review, site plan review, a PUD amendment, and associated development review actions to develop a mixed-use development at 555 Basalt Avenue, Basalt, Colorado. James, you have this one?
Yes, thank you, and let me go see if that one's in.
7.
Yes, you're up. So thank you. Let me please share my screen here. This is a continued public hearing and first reading of an ordinance on an application by MREH LLC requesting the approvals to construct commercial storage, multifamily residential, and live workspaces at 555 Basalt Avenue, which is the Myers and Company property in Southside. As has been noted for the last couple meetings, the process for review requires land use requests that include review by the Basalt Affordable Community Housing Commission, the Planning and Zoning Commission, and the Town Council, and would require a subsequent subdivision review by the Town Council if the development approvals were granted. The applicant is in their fourth meeting with the council. The applicant has adjusted the application since the last meeting, and so they've amended it as is shown in the addendum that's in your application materials and your packet materials that was shown on June 9th. And specifically, the addendum in the application packet proposes 30 residential units, 12 live-work units, 42 commercial storage units, and it is based on the site plan that was seen at the June 9th meeting. And let me make it smaller here. There you go. Of the 42 residential units, 9 are now proposed as category price cap for sale units. 6 are proposed as primary resident units without appreciation caps, and an additional 6 units are live-work units and are proposed as RO primary resident units, so that the deed-restricted total is 50% of the total residential units. The applicant is also now proposing 2 of the commercial spaces, which are integrated on the first floor of the residential buildings, to be community serving commercial spaces with a price cap of 80% of the market rate. That would be advertised for the first 90 days that the project is advertised. And then the applicant has also proposed for 3 of the storage spaces to be prioritized for artists or small business incubators for the first 120 days of advertisement of the project for sale. Additionally, 12 of the storage units are now proposed to have priority to be purchased by Basalt residents or businesses for the first 90 days that the project is for sale. Other clarifications in the addendum to the application that you have in your packet include that the applicant is proposing specific items related to the Few Lane improvements. They're proposing to remove the fence along Few Lane. They're proposing to add a path along Few Lane as well as part of the property. And then they're also proposing to improve half the Few Lane frontage to the middle of the road per the improvements that were identified on Alternative 4 by Jim Charlier. And to remind you what Alternative 4 was, it was to have one-way in to Southside on Few Lane, and then convert the current Somerset path to another one-way out for vehicular traffic, and then also have a path along with that one-way out on Somerset. And so other clarifications that are in the application addendum, the applicant is proposing their access road to Cody Lane to have the sidewalk that's adjacent to it to connect up to the crosswalk that goes across Cody Lane. And the applicant has also included concept of working on the drainage on Cody Lane that's directly adjacent to their access road, as has been brought up. I'll let the applicants provide some more color on their addendum items as part of their comments. Staff does note that the master plan amendments to change the typologies that were required at the first rendition of the application are no longer needed, as the application now integrates the commercial and the residential pieces of the project. There is still a need to amend the future land use map in the master plan to remove the existing land use designation because the existing land use designation didn't anticipate redevelopment of the entire property as part of the master plan timeline. But it doesn't change the allowed uses on the site as part of the master plan future land use map. Staff has provided a draft ordinance that's in your packet materials, and I'd like to go over a couple of the conditions that we have in there and highlight those. First being condition number 7, which has the standard language that we have provided in industrial areas about the pre-existence of existing industrial land uses that make noise, have impacts, and the acknowledgement of that, and that they're going to continue. Condition number 15 implements a 1% real estate transfer assessment that would be applied to the market rate portions of the development. Condition number 18 represents the applicant's affordable housing proposal, that 9 of the units be Category 4 sale units, and that 6 of the RO units of the residential component be RO, and 6 of the live-work units also be RO. And then condition number 21 on the same page represents the locals program proposal that's in the applicant's addendum to the application, in that it identifies that 6 of the market rate live-work units and 12 of the market rate residential condominiums would be available to purchase only to Basalt residents and employers based in Basalt for the first 90 days that they're advertised. Additional conditions to highlight include condition number 22, which represents the P&Z's condition on timing. It would require that the free market residential and affordable housing residential be provided proportionally to each other, which is a standard requirement of the towns, and that prior to the first CO on the storage, that they would have to have the affordable housing constructed. The applicants have provided an alternative condition that they would like, and it's highlighted in yellow in your draft ordinance, and the applicants can go over that. It would allow some of the storage to come along before the affordable housing would be fully completed. And then condition number 25 represents the applicant's proposal on contributing to Fiu Lane improvements. As I outlined in the staff presentation, once again, it is to remove the fence. It is to provide the path along Fiu Lane, and then also to make improvements to the middle of the right-of-way on Fiu Lane per alternative 4 that was identified by Charlier. Staff does believe that if council is looking for potential for additional community benefit, this could be an item to take a look at for additional improvement. So this evening, staff would recommend hearing comments from the applicants on the addendum to the application, taking public comments, and then providing discussion. There are several decision options for the council this evening. You could approve the ordinance on first reading and set a second reading date. You could direct amendments to the conditions in the ordinance and approve the amended ordinance on first reading. You could deny the ordinance, or you could continue the public hearing and direct on additional information that might be needed. So we have this evening the applicants with us. We've got Mark Blodgett, and we've got Justin Price, and we've got Marika Flodgett as well. So let me stop sharing my screen here. Okay.
Yeah, so before Justin goes over sort of the changes, good evening, everyone. I think most of you know me. I'm Mark Blodgett. I own Myers & Company. And I wanted, Justin will cover the specific changes and benefits to the project since our last meeting, but I'd like to make a few opening remarks, if you will allow that. As most of you know, this proposed redevelopment of 555 Basalt Avenue has evolved significantly since we started talking to the planning department 2 years. I actually went back and looked at my notes. It's over 2 years ago, back in 2023, when we started meeting with Michelle and James. In our early meetings, we proposed significantly more housing, since we were repeatedly told there's a big housing shortage in the valley, and because we're located next to the Rafta bus stop. In the meantime, it seems that the housing situation has actually gotten worse. However, we were counseled at the time that the high-density housing was not a feasible approach to our plans. We subsequently proposed a more balanced approach when we submitted our plan to the P&Z last year. With the P&Z's input, we made significant changes in terms of layout and aesthetics, as well as reviews of traffic and proposed changes to Fio Lane. As you know, the P&Z unanimously approved our application with a recommendation to increase the affordable housing component. Since then, we've made substantive changes to our plan over the last 3 town council meetings. One, we effectively doubled the affordable housing component to 50%. We replaced 3 residential buildings now next to RAPTA with 2 residential buildings, thereby significantly increasing the green space of the project. We modified the large storage component to add 12 live-work units. And lastly, we participated in multiple discussions regarding improving both Fio and Cody Lanes and agreed to enhance both of them should this project move forward. When you consider all these points, the public benefits of the project, in my opinion anyway, are meaningful, particularly when you compare the site to its current use. Regarding traffic, I'm not an expert, nor is anyone in this room or in the town. We took this concern early on seriously, and we hired Curtis Rowe, he's considered the #1 traffic engineer in the state, to advise us. As some of you know, Curtis and Kimberly Horn have worked for the town of Basalt in the past years, and we incorporated Kimberly Horn's recommendations along the way into our revised plans. I mean, we probably had 10 revised plans now. While many in the community have voiced support for our proposed plan, we recognize that others have expressed concerns regarding neighborhood compatibility. I would like to remind everyone that Bob Myers originally developed this area of Southside, I looked it up, 35 years ago as mixed use, with the view that it would ultimately increase the vitality of Basalt south of Highway 82. That's actually, it's obviously happened. We currently operate a dusty, noisy industrial operation with plenty of heavy commercial traffic. Everybody knows that. And I would postulate that a proposed development would enhance the community versus what is here today, since it includes for sale affordable housing units next to a bus stop, which implies less traffic, as well as live-work storage units and nearly 20% green space, which I believe is double what the town's requirement is. To the best of my knowledge, there's not a project like this in the Roaring Fork Valley, and we would expect it to enhance the neighborhood and ultimately the town of Basalt. In closing, we operate on a 5-acre dirt lot, anybody who's been to visit us, which would be replaced by much-needed housing and live-work units with some low-intensity, large storage units for low-intensity industrial use. In addition, our project would be instrumental in making improvements to Fio and Cody Lanes. We've tried to accommodate as many recommendations and suggestions as practical, but frankly speaking, we've done as much as this project really can bear. As I previously stated, we expect to move Myers in the next year for business reasons. I'm not going to get into those reasons, but we've discussed them in the past. And a decision needs to be made to move forward with this project or continue a similar use of the property with a new owner. Thank you, and I'll turn it over to Justin.
Okay, I'll run through some of the revisions real quick on this. Jump to the next page. So just in a quick recap, the site 555 Basalt Avenue, currently located in the Southside PUD and the Industrial Zone District. That is one of 2 main industrial zone districts in Basalt, the other one being the Basalt Community or Commercial Park and the Mid-Valley Design Center just south of Willits. And so, feedback from planning and zoning about losing or reducing the amount of industrial space available in Basalt was of major consideration. The future land use map proposed that this become mixed-use commercial, and some of those uses overlap with
the industrial zone uses, and we've tried to limit our proposed uses as a part of this application. The site overall, as we have modified it, is 30 for-sale condominium units, 12 live-work for-sale units, and 42 warehouse and storage industrial uses. And now I'll jump to the next page. So the breakdown on the housing side of things, the 30 for-sale condo units, 15 of those would be deed-restricted affordable housing. 9 of those would be Category 3 affordable housing for sale. Another 6 would be primary resident deed-restricted units. The remaining 15 would be market rate for sale. The additional 6 units come from the live-work side of the project. Those 6 live-work units, we have updated since our last meeting the deed restriction to be either primary resident or employer-owned housing. So if a business owner bought that, they could put employees in that live-work space as well. The remaining 6 live-work units would be market rate. Mark touched on the open space. The open space of the entire development is 18%. The requirement is 10%. So we're almost to double on the green space there. As we've mentioned before, Basalt's goal was to create 500 new housing units by 2030. Right now, there are 53 built and 51 approved in the pipeline, but unbuilt. So this would be a significant increase to that overall number towards that goal. Our original design had the Basalt code requirement for mixed use at 25% affordable housing units, and that number has now been increased to 50%, which is similar to the BCC and the Jadwin projects. I'll jump to the next page. So this page is in regards to the storage, warehouse, and industrial units. So the breakdown on this would be, we further broke down these units, one, to create priority for Basalt businesses and Basalt residents to utilize these on a first-come, first-served basis. And so the way we broke this up was to do 15 light industrial storage units, with an additional 3 of those becoming priority to artist, makerspace, craft space. There is defined terms in the zoning code towards that, and so that would be part of the deed restriction. And then the remaining 24 units, 12 of those would be first come, first served to Basalt residents or Basalt businesses within the 3-mile planning area. Leaving just 12 for sale market rate units after the initial marketing and sales period. I'll jump to the next page. So these are kind of the 3 programs we've added to the deed restriction to further kind of prioritize local businesses and residences to utilizing these units, because we have seen a market demand for that in the area. So the first one is the Basalt local priority. That is residents and for the industrial units, businesses within the 3-mile planning area. Or, because we have seen this in other deed restricted programs, it could be a secondary location for a business that is doing business in the area and putting employees here locally. We've seen this pretty commonly with other type of deed restricted programs. If, say, they've got a Denver office, but they're doing, the employee is doing 9 months of work up here, they would then could qualify to purchase those spaces as part of that. The second one is, and this was raised at the previous meeting, was the artist incubator space. That is, again, defined by the zoning code for craft, artists, makers, or business incubator spaces for small business. And the third item that we added was there was 2 commercial spaces added to the mixed-use residential buildings. We felt with their location to the bus RAFTA stop and with their location and the number of affordable housing units in the apartment buildings, we could grant those spaces as community benefiting spaces with reduced purchase price and appreciation caps. In similar mountain communities, those spaces have gone to government nonprofits, charities, and other community serving spaces. And so those would be granted as first right of refusal to be purchased under those terms for those defined spaces. Jump to the next one. So James kind of previewed this slide, but this is now the makeup of the different types of units. So starting kind of on the top, on the residential, the orange is the market rate, 15 units. And then from there, we've got the 9 deed restricted category 3 for sale. We've got the light yellow, which is 6 primary residence for sale condos. And then jumping to the southern portion of the lot and the pinks and the reds. The red is live work market rate. And we, from the previous meeting, we increased our live work primary residence employee housing. We doubled that number. And then jumping down to the commercial storage, you've got the blue with the 12 market rate, the light blue storage, which is Basalt Priority program. And then you've got a bit darker blue, the storage light industrial uses. Those are the uses that would be allowed to have business operations in them. And that's part of our traffic study. And then you've got that kind of lighter blue of the artist incubator priority spaces. And then the last color, the purple, being the 2 retail spaces up on the north side of the site. They're both just under about 900 square feet. That would be prioritized to community serving spaces. That allocates 50% of the residential units to deed restricted in some way or another. And it allocates 35% of the commercial spaces to deed restricted, prioritized to local businesses, local residents, local community spaces and business creation. I'll jump to the next one. So this slide just highlights throughout the process, the applicant has been very responsive to all questions and comments. As Mark stated, we've tried to address as many of these concerns as possible on a very difficult site. This is, half of the site is in a FEMA floodplain. It's a formal industrial site. It's right next to the bus stop. It's a multimodal site. So there are a lot of items to kind of cover. The revisions that we've made include adjusting building height, reducing density, limiting uses, and agreeing to few lane improvements and Cody lane improvements, along with increasing affordable housing percentages. So 2 of the major areas of concern were traffic and few lane. This slide is kind of highlights the Charlier option 4, or option D as we've called it, creating few lane as a one-way street after the entrance to the proposed development. This would also eliminate the 8-foot tall fence, increase visibility. There would also, as part of the conditions in the packet, there is a 10-foot wide easement granted on the south side of the lot line. So if the street was desired to be widened or improved in the future, that easement would be granted as part of this. And the proposed improvements include curb and gutter along the south property line, replacement of asphalt to the center line, increased landscaping, and a 5-foot wide soft path for pedestrian use that also serves as a firefighting path in the event of emergency along the buildings in that area. And based on neighborhood feedback and Charlier's recommendation, the applicant felt this was the best path to pursue versus some of the other options. In regards to traffic, from our initial meetings with planning and zoning, we had 1 day of traffic studies done. We were asked to do an additional one, which was completed. And both of those were reviewed by, again, Jim Charlier for their applicability to this type of use and to this site. He did not see any concerns with how we had allocated that. And each subsequent revision has been reviewed by planning and/or Jim Charlier for its total overall trip generation from the site. These studies were strictly trip generation from the site, and the previous Southside study was based on trip generation of the existing use. And So any development on the site was to maintain or reduce total trips in and out of the site on a daily use. And that's what these numbers are showing. And you'll see the 15 and the 16, those are peak hour. So that's 15 trips per hour. And so it's an overall reduction of a couple trips per hour. In addition to that, we've been granted a CDOT access permit to use the Cody Lane access for the residential out the north of the site. Based on our traffic engineer, currently the volume on Cody Lane is less than 10%. I think it's closer to 5% of usage, but we do recognize that there is some improvement required. There's some standing water in that area, and as a part of that construction, the access out to Cody Lane and the connection into Cody Lane would be improved to improve the standing water, and then a sidewalk would be added along the north side of the property, or the south side of the Rafta lot, the north side of the access, connecting the sidewalk around for pedestrians to the Rafta lot. Next page. Overall, the development contributes to all 8 master plan themes, specifically connection, balance through mixed use, and support of the local economy through the just different spaces, whether it's storage, whether it's a light industrial, whether it's a live-work situation, or the artist incubator. We feel that we've provided a large blend of options that could support the economy in different ways. We'll jump to the next page. So as we understand the master plan amendment request, there are really 2 requests. One is allowing residential use in the zone district. This is part of the housing linkage of the town code. This is also part of the master plan, and it's part of the future land use of mixed-use commercial desiring housing, and so we feel that should be granted. The second one is the update to the master plan land use designation. The current land use is designated as existing. The master plan does identify that existing uses should typically continue on their existing use or some variation of that. With the addition of the housing, we feel this proposal and the variation with housing options and business options does create that mixed-use commercial that the master plan gave guidance towards. So, in wrap-up of that, we think that we're meeting the application meets the future land use map, the Basalt master plan. It creates 21 new affordable housing units, which is in excess of the town code 25% required. It's based on our studies, reduces traffic. It creates deed restrictions for housing and warehouse units to prioritize Basalt residents and businesses. Creates artisan incubator spaces and community spaces. It provides updates and improvements to Few Lane and Cody Lane that would not otherwise be part of any sale of the property. And overall, and James kind of pointed to the RETA note in the ordinance. We feel this will also contribute upwards of probably $250,000 or more in fees and or RETA funds that could be used towards traffic improvements on Cody Lane or on the south side. So those are just kind of an outline of the overall benefits of the development, and from there we will take your questions.
Okay, thank you for the presentation. We're going to go ahead and do public comments first, and then we'll go into questions and comments from council. So I will open the public hearing here at 7:41. The floor is open, so people can come up and speak. Just remember, 3 minutes. Make sure you give your name and address, and make sure you also sign in the back of the room. Here we go.
My name is Ted Guy. I still live at 167 Swinging Bridge Lane in Basalt. I also own a mixed-use building at 381 Southside. I drive by these intersections every day. It's a mess. This will make it worse. My first reaction is, ugh. Few Lane should be two-way. It's substandard now. They should reduce the density of some of the live-work units to make that a two-way street now. I'm confused as where they're going out on that northeast corner. My understanding that that's the private driveway to the Cerise Ranch, and it's not a public road. My point earlier tonight, I live there, I work there, and I'm just finding out about this now, 2 years after this started through the design process. There's something really, really wrong with public notice. I don't read the legal notices, most people don't. But for me to find this out in July of 2026, when this started over 2 years ago, is atrocious. And this is not a good project. Aspen has a voluntary affordable housing program. You have many of those codes in your code. I did one on Main Street. Took 8 studio apartments, created 8 two-bedroom, two-bath, deed-restricted rental units. No government help, 100% affordable housing. Basalt needs something like that on this site. Thank you.
For your comments.
My name is John Fitzpatrick. I am the president of the Basalt Center East Homeowners Association. Cody Lane is going to see all the traffic from the 42-unit housing development. It is currently, Basalt Business Center East is currently an industrial and commercial service area. Adding residential traffic on a substandard road will be a big interruption to our operations. Beyond the current vehicle traffic that includes semi-trucks, large delivery trucks, tow trucks, and trailers, we will see added residential vehicles from the 42 housing units. Then figure in pedestrians, bicycles, small children with families, and strollers on this very narrow road. The project calls for sidewalks on the access road, but not on Cody Lane itself. This leaves pedestrians to walk on the road with ditches, no shoulder, to dodge traffic or go on the busy Rafter parking lot. As a society, we want to get people to use alternative to cars. This is not just buses. It's also people walking and riding bicycles into town to dine at our fantastic restaurants and shop at our wonderful stores. We are adding this housing without a safe way to reach Basalt Avenue and the underpass. The children that will reside here have to walk to the elementary or middle school and up to the high school. If this gets approved, the council needs to demand safety improvements on Cody Lane. The traffic congestion at Cody Lane and Highway 82 is already a problem, and this will just increase the situation. I feel that when you change the PUD of an industrial zone and add residential, it just causes problems. I have spoken this on prior councils. The amount of traffic on all the south side needs another form of egress in and out of the area. We are pleased developers are going to address the drainage problems on Cody Lane, but the road to Basalt Avenue needs to be improved. There's one more thing I want to add in. All the Basalt business centers were industrial and light industrial. The PUD forbid residential, but past councils allowed changes that we deal with today. Changing a PUD has unseen pitfalls and should not be taken lightly. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your comments. Please.
Hi. My name is Jenna Ifredo, and I live at 304 Somerset Way in the Southside neighborhood. And I'd like to share a few comments on the 555 Basalt Ave project. I've followed this project closely since it first came before council, attending the neighborhood meeting with the Myers owner, submitting a letter, and speaking at the June 9th council meeting. Throughout the council meetings, the meeting with the owner, and the conversations I've had with neighbors, a few comments/themes kept surfacing. It is clear myself, my neighbors, Southside business owners, members of the council, and mayor are proud Basalt residents who care deeply about our identity as a town and how we grow. It was encouraging at the June 9th meeting to see community members show up and share their perspectives on this project, and to watch council and the mayor consider them thoughtfully. When I tell people that I live in Southside, the response I typically hear is, "Oh, that area is so nice. It's tucked away and has great access to trails, public transport, and Old Town Basalt." 20 years from now, Southside has the opportunity to remain this kind of desirable residential area, while also continuing to grow into a real economic hub for restaurants, businesses, and shops. With the new development of Stotts Mill and the opportunity for more housing in the Basalt Master Plan, thinking carefully about what growth looks like in this area matters. I've heard that sentiment echoed by both my neighbors and business owners. There have been comments and concerns shared about infrastructure, pedestrian and biker safety, access points to 82, and emergency evac planning. These are important conversations for us to have as a community and will make a big impact on what our neighborhood looks like in the future. With that mindset, I remain strongly opposed to the storage unit development in Southside. I agree with the housing component, but we already have ample storage options in Southside, nearby on Southside Ave. The proposed storage units are significantly taller and larger in overall square footage than the proposed housing complex. I do not understand how more storage units that are designed to be luxury storage and live work address the needs of our community and contribute positively to the long-term vision of Southside. I hope that the public comments and letters shared by myself and other Southside residents and business owners continue to be perspectives considered in this approval process. Thank you.
Thank you.
My name is Jim Jenkins. I own a property at 160 Southside Drive. I also manage 2 properties at 145 and 155 Southside Drive. I'd like to read a letter. My request is to Denny the proposed development at 555 Basalt Avenue. Dear Mayor Knight and members of the Town Council, I respectfully request the Council Denny the current application of the proposed redevelopment. I support the redevelopment of the former Myers Steel property. However, the proposal before the council does not adequately protect neighboring property owners, fails to resolve significant concern raised by residents, neighboring businesses, and members of the town council during the public hearing. While opinion differed on aspects of the project, there was remarkable consistency regarding potential impacts on surrounding properties. The concerns centered on traffic, parking, public safety, neighborhood compatibility, development, intensity, and whether the public benefits justify the requested land use concessions. Perhaps the most significant issue discussed during the hearing was traffic and parking. Although the applicant's traffic consultant concluded the proposed development would generate fewer vehicle trips than existing industrial operation, several council members questioned the validity of that conclusion. Mayor David Knight expressed concern that proposed garage condominium units could function as active commercial businesses rather than simple storage units, resulting in substantially greater traffic than projected. Council member Rick Slack echoed these concerns, noting that the units appear more suited to commercial businesses operations than traditional storage, a distinction that could significantly increase vehicle trips and parking demand. If these units are occupied by businesses, they are likely to generate customer traffic, employee parking, contractor vehicles, delivery trucks, trailers, and commercial loading activities. These impacts extend well beyond the property itself and are likely to spill into neighboring streets, including Cody Lane, Food Lane, Basalt Avenue. Residents also expressed concern that insufficient on-site parking could result in overflow parking throughout the surrounding neighborhood. Residents consistently raised concern the existing transportation network is already strained and that the development would worsen current safety issue. Stacy Stokes described frequent numerous incidents involving children, advocated for one-way traffic on Food Lane, improved bicycle and pedestrian infrastructure, and better emergency evacuation routes for Southside neighborhood. Mary Wolfer, owner of the Kinder Cottage Daycare, adjacent to the project supported redevelopment in principle, but urged the town to ensure the safety of children remains a priority throughout the improved pedestrian crossings and traffic controls. John Fitzpatrick questioned whether the proposed roundabout would adequately address existing, am I out of time?
Yes, thank
Can I
you.
just read one more paragraph at the end? During the
Please wrap it
public
up.
meeting attended, the applicant stated their goal to sell the property and leave the area. The applicant further stated the
Thank you.
council should approve the application because that's the best we can do.
Thank you.
I think we can do better.
Appreciate your comments. Who's next? I know I got somebody online, but I want to make sure I get the room. Yeah, come on up.
My name is Stefan Isbarian, owner of Isbarian on 300 Cody Lane. We've been there 26 years, and our business is growing along with the rest of the businesses on Cody Lane. This is something we have to address, that what used to be is no longer relevant. Our clientele come and go all day long, as they do with high-tone auto body and high-tone mechanics. Auto body and the other high-tone. You know, if you were to stand at that corner between Cody and Basalt Avenue and see the danger that's already existing there. People flying out of the tunnel, kids on the phone, cars turning in there, and then the impact of certain hours of the day when the school lets out, when the business is let out, and so on. You cannot access Basalt Avenue. I can't be more eloquent than Jim Jenkins or John Fitzpatrick's statements. I mean, I don't want to go over that again, but, you know, 30 years ago, if you remember, Nick McGrath and some of the other council didn't want anything on the south side. They felt that people coming down 82 would say, oh, you know, and it would be a hazard. So look what's happened since. It's okay. You know, we like development. I like this people, and I like their concept, but we have to do something about the traffic. This roundabout business is a fiasco. You cannot turn a semi and so on. The real answer is that we don't do any more development until we put an underpass on Highway 82 and exit off of South Side. We need another way out of the south side. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Who else would like to go? I know probably somebody else. I know I got somebody online. I can call. Why don't we go ahead and do that? I see Brandon Weinstock online. We'll go ahead and let you make public comments now, if you're ready.
Thank you. Yes, sir. Thank you. Good evening, Mayor Knight, members of the council. My name is
And
Brandon.
make sure you're close
Weinstock.
to your mic, as close as you can be. We're having a hard time hearing you.
Hold on one second, please. Let me take my AirPods out.
It's a little better. It's still soft.
Hear me
Do your
now?
best.
Thank you. Good evening, Mayor Knight, members of the council. My name is Brandon Weinstock. I'm a property owner at 336 Allison Lane, Unit B in Southside, and I'm here regarding the proposed development at 555 Basalt. I have supported housing on this site from the beginning, and I still do. I spoke in June, and I won't repeat those comments. Tonight, I want to raise 4 things about the ordinance in front of you and the process around it, because I have read it in full, and there are gaps between what this council has asked for in June and what is on the page. First, the master plan. Mayor Knight, at a prior meeting, you observed that the 2020 master plan was drafted before the pandemic, that much has changed since then, and that amendments should be considered for the entire Southside area rather than one specific amendment to accommodate one specific development. I fully support that view, and the timing matters. The town is right now conducting its land use code update with a public survey open, an open house held just last week, and community feedback being gathered all summer. Yet if this ordinance passes tonight, a resolution amending the future land use map for this one property comes back at a second reading before any of that community feedback has been heard. That is out of sequence. And I will add one more thought. The applicant has stated that if this project is not approved, they may sell the property. If that happens, I would encourage the town to seriously consider purchasing it. There may be no better way to ensure this parcel develops in line with the community's vision than for the community to own it. Second, the uses. We heard tonight that this development enhances the area. Housing with mixed-use commercial in line with Willits enhances an area. Storage and undefined industrial uses behind a residential neighborhood do not. Calling them both mixed use does not make them the same thing. In June, this council asked the applicant to better define what would happen inside the storage and live-work units. The answer that came back is a quantity cap, not a definition. 24 units would be storage only, but the other 18 units and all 12 live-work units may house any business on the industrial zone use table, including welding, machining, and auto body repair. The council's question has not been answered. Third, and this is my biggest concern, the fence. The applicant now formally proposes removing the 8-foot fence along Feu Lane, and there is no condition in this ordinance requiring that fence to be retained or replaced. That fence is the boundary of our neighborhood. It is what separates a private, beautiful residential community from an industrial and commercial development. I would ask the council to add a condition before this ordinance advances. The existing fence must be retained or an equivalent barrier constructed upon completion of construction, regardless of what is built on this property. And finally, condition 25 is written around Charlie Alternative 4, which makes Feu Lane one-way and converts the Somerset Path into a road. Staff has confirmed you may substitute a different alternative. I would ask you to do exactly that and choose one that keeps Feu two-way and leaves Somerset a path. Thank you for your time.
Thank you for your comments. Anyone else online or in the room? Speak now, or we'll just
God, I
have to
hope I'm
listen to
muted.
us the rest of the time. Okay, I'm going to go ahead and close the public hearing at 7:58. Any questions that were asked that you guys want to clarify, or anything that came up in there before we start?
The one topic mentioned on the fence, we debated that. We do have a question out to Roaring Fork Fire to see if we could provide the fence along Feu. The fire department requested that we add a path to the backside of the buildings to get access if they have to park a truck and get into that area. We would be open to providing a fence as part of the ordinances. Additionally, I believe we included, James, did the use chart get included? So the use chart and the limited uses have been included as part of the packet. I think the discussion around Feu Lane and Cody Lane, all of those, we are open to further discussion there. And we'll leave that
Okay,
to
great.
discuss.
Sounds good. So quite a few discussion items from the revisions since last time we met. So I'm going to go ahead and open it up for questions. Clarifying questions would be ideal first, but if you have comments and broader questions as well, floor is open. So who'd like to go first?
I have one clarifying question. What is the intended makeup of the residential condos, like studio, 1-bedroom, 2-bedroom? Because I haven't
So
seen that
each
anywhere.
building has 1 2-bedroom, each building has 1 studio, and the remainder are 1-bedrooms, I believe 26. So then of that, you would have, with the 9 deed restricted, you would have 1 studio, 1 2-bedroom, and 7 1-bedrooms available for sale for the deed restricted category 3. The remainder of the 6 primary residential units would be the 1-bedroom units.
Thank you. That's the only clarifying question.
Anyone else have any?
I have a few, I guess.
Go for it.
The south side evolved because City Market came to the town and said, we'd like to relocate across Highway 82 after it was 4-laned. And the town voted no, and it moved to Elgibel. And that triggered a movement of some businessmen, Bob Myers, Jerry Terwilliger, and a few others, to create the south side industrial zone district as kind of a way to replace the lost revenue from the city market sales tax. And that's how it evolved. The other thing that happened was Basalt Middle School, that was the high school, determined that they could buy a 35-acre site out there on the other side of the Rio Grande right-of-way and build a high school. Schools don't go through land use applications. So infrastructure was extended out there, sewer, water, roads, et cetera. And the subdivisions were created, and each of those parcels carried the impact fees for a new water tank, et cetera. So that's how it worked out. And it was intended to be for local contractors, local businesses, small businesses. You know, I think the high school turned out pretty good, actually. But going, 35 years later, the first introduction that I had to this application was, it felt more like a resort model. And I think you even compared to some uses up in Jackson Hole or some things like resort areas we're seeing with the garages and the high-end sort of hobby garages. And that's where I started to just say, okay, to shut this thing down. What you've done in the last 4 meetings, I think, is actually transformed this project to where it feels more like a community model. That it's offering opportunities to our community as opposed to what sounded like opportunities to the resort community. And that's a big differentiator for me. The comments I have that are specific are, and you mentioned evolution, the RETA distribution. I'd really like to understand that better. It wasn't defined in the packet, as far as I know. And we just had a conversation about what our RETAs look like, what they're available for, and I really don't want to get locked down to something too specific. I'd also kind of ask for, because of the number of changes that have been made during these conversations, is some sort of a way to look at that from our first meeting that says, here's what the proposal was, to now, and see if you could check the plus minus box a little bit on that. And, maybe the 8 items that were defined at the tail end of your presentation would be a good place to start. The other thing is the impact fees. We had a little bit of a conversation about that earlier, and the public benefits and whether impact fees that we have not going forward, not on existing applications, are appropriate. So I read some of the detail on the impact fees. It's $93 for this and $72 for that. I can't do the math. So if there's a way to calculate what kind of income there is from those things, and maybe starting with the first model, the resort model, and then reflecting what it would be on the community model, would be helpful. The other technical issues like intersection improvements, sidewalks, that's just something that's got to happen. And, there is going to be more density over there. That's what the intent was when we created that boundary, was to allow for density close to transit. It's been talked about for a long, long time. So I think that for me, I'm starting to tip over to a little bit more of the positive point of view on it. And I know there's a lot of questions that still have to be answered, but if I could see something like that, I'd appreciate it.
Thanks, Rick. Who wants to go next?
I'll go. Just to make it really quick, right to the point, I'm going to vote against this, and I'm going to encourage my fellow councilors to vote against it as well. I think I'm going to put aside all my questions about this ordinance, and if I'm in the minority, I can bring up some of those things that I'd like to see at that second reading. But for me, I break it down as, reading through the ordinance where it says the proposed use is generally desirable and needed in this area. That's kind of where it stopped for me. We talked about last time, benefit to the community, and I kind of started writing down, what are the benefits, what are the costs? And I see these benefits here, I see no preservation of this benefit. All these things are nice ideas, but after 120 days, I think it's unrealistic and it's unlikely to be widely adopted. So that gets into the costs, and I look at what would it cost the town for this project to be successful. The town's gonna have to redevelop Fuel Lane in Somerset. I would add that Somerset might be tied for the most controversial part of this project. I don't know if people like the idea of Somerset turning into a road, or I'm sorry, dislike that idea more than the idea of storage units. The idea of Cody Ave, the town, Public Works Engineering would need to define the scope of what those drainage corrections would be like. The town's gonna have to monitor and address all of the overflow parking issues, and I don't care how many traffic consultants you bring in here, I'll not believe that there's not gonna be overflow parking issues into the surrounding neighborhoods. The town's also gonna have to vet all these applications for your locals program, the artist incubator space, the community space. The town has to vet those within that short time frame with that additional pressure to preserve that community benefit, right? So if they don't get it right, that benefit disappears. I'm not gonna even talk about condition 22 and that, your suggestion on that, but we can get there if I'm in the minority. This moves to second reading. And then we also need to do a master plan amendment. And then on top of that, all of the declarations and covenants about what is allowed to be in there, what are, working hours, all of those things. You say the HOA will enforce those, but the town can also enforce that. And I think we all know what that's gonna look like. That's gonna look like the town ending up enforcing it and the HOA not. So to me, it's just a whole lot of costs, a whole lot for the town to deal with, and I don't see the benefit.
Thanks, Greg. Any other takers? I can go next.
Yeah, we moved on from clarifying questions, and now we're just
Yeah.
commenting.
If you
Okay. No,
guys.
you go.
Okay, I'll go here. I appreciate the adjustments and the work you guys have put into this. So I've hit a few points here. The locals program and similar type programs where there's like an initial offering period, I generally feel are inadequate for preserving workforce housing or preserving whatever specific community benefit was intended, because a lot of times they're not subscribed to, and then they just turn into free market, or somebody buys it and sells it onto the free market. So there has to be something that's more
Binding.
more binding, thank you for that, more binding in the long run. Related to that, the live-work units, only half of them being RO. I mean, kind of the essence of a live-work unit is that you live in it. So I don't understand why those wouldn't all be RO. I mean, I know you're like 50%, we've got 50%, but it's that those live-work units, nobody should be in there unless they're living and working there. I mean, that's like the essence of the unit. Artist incubator program, interesting idea, but we have to figure out a way again to bind those units to that intent indefinitely, in perpetuity. Kind of like the way the property over here is in Basalt River Park. That's a nonprofit parcel. Not exactly the same, but similar in that. See, and then community serving commercial spaces, deed restricted as well. There might have been something about that in there, but that needs to be covered off on. I appreciate the sidewalk extension and fixing the drainage issue. That's good. And this is where with Greg's comments about Somerset and alternative 4, but I'll just zoom out a little bit. Alternative 4, I mean, that is the way to go if anything's done over there as far as a redevelopment perspective, but I believe that cost needs to be borne by you all as the developer. I mean, like, we cannot take on a project like that. If this project were to go forward, that, in my mind, would have to be part of it. But that raises the question about Somerset. I mean, there has not been adequate community input to turn a trail into a road. I mean, I would say that probably is the most controversial part of this in a lot of ways. There's kind of, again, an order of operations issue here where, what are we doing more broadly? I know, if right now the road needs some love, but it's working okay. But if you guys go in there, it has to be fixed. But then we have to look at, if we do that, like, what does the community really want? What is the benefit we're seeking? How does that fit in the broader transportation infrastructure? Turning a trail into a road is a big deal. It's a really big deal. And I think you guys know that. So I think we have to work through that, and it's not going to be fast. I mean, there has to be community input. Go for it.
Can I respond to that? By the way, that was never our proposal to do that.
I understand.
Okay. we're just going with, what the consultant recommended and the community right around there, including the person that's most impacted, the nursery center. That's what she wanted, and the people right there. So I'm just,
I know.
We never suggested that. I just want to make that clear.
Yeah, and it's...
And in a sense, it is a road now with a path. I mean, it's effectively a road. It's not used as a road, but it's wide.
Mm-hmm. And I don't fault you guys at all for causing that issue to be surfaced. All I'm saying is that if we were to undertake something like that, there has to be a broader community process. I mean, it's just a big deal to change something like that. So, and there's a lot to talk about. We're already in an hour. We're already 35 minutes behind. I think we're going to need to continue, but I would like to give everybody else the chance to make some comments and ask some questions.
So I'll try to keep mine pretty brief, despite my extensive notes on it. When I evaluated this latest rendition, I took really special care to look at each item against the master plan. The master plan is flawed. I think we all recognize that. It was written before COVID. I think the community has changed a lot, but it's still the guiding document that we have. And I still think that there is a lot of, good baseline stuff in it. And when I compare this proposal, put it up against the master plan, I'm with Rick. Like, it works out on paper, right? Like, it does. I was looking for things in the master plan that it didn't meet, that it was against, that it worked against, and I couldn't really find much. We have density over sprawl. We have placed high value on mixed use and live-work arrangements. I mean, and I'm quoting the master plan in all of this. We have affordable and inclusive living. We have vitality hinges on a diverse business base that offers inclusive products and services. We're promoting housing development in most appropriate areas near jobs, transit, community amenities. I could go on and on. I have a full page of quotes from the master plan. My hang-up is, and it seems to be the public's hang-up, is with traffic, which I want to acknowledge is not the applicant's fault. The traffic and the ingress and egress and the issues in Southside, what this application has done has brought that to the forefront. And there are some other quotes from the master plan that I find to be particularly relevant, which the public input provided during this master plan process indicated a significant community desire for a street connecting Southside Drive and Midland Avenue under the highway. Until this transportation improvement becomes a committed improvement, the town needs to be very careful in approving new development. Page 65 of the master plan. New development must be reviewed keeping in mind the current transportation constraints in Southside. So again, I personally just would like to applaud you guys for your patience with this process, for continuing to amend it. It's clear that you kind of did what I did, right? You evaluated the master plan and you said, how can we deliver a product that meets the stated community goals? And I feel like you did a good job of doing that. We can argue about whether or not Southside needs more storage, and we can devil's in the details as far as how do we enforce these things. But for me, this application simply highlights our need and or failure as a town to provide the necessary infrastructure and traffic measures to this area of our town. And it's become, unfortunately, your problem as well. But I would have a hard time approving any development in Southside, and I'm trying not to single you out. Like it said in the master plan process, any future development in Southside without a corresponding commitment on our side to address the concerns around traffic and pedestrian safety and all of those things.
And I will say, just to add to that, we have, over the course of time, looked at 100% affordable housing. We've looked at 100% storage. We've looked at 100% industrial. We've looked at mixed use and mixed use commercial. Discussing restaurants and more commercial businesses leads to more traffic. These are low intensity, low use traffic users, and so that's kind of where the use led us in this process. Additionally, when we looked at the first iteration of an industrial storage type use, the offset was 3 housing units. As you can see, we started at 48 housing units. And so identifying the proximity to the bus, to RAFTA, to the underpass, the applicant really wanted to push for that to provide more housing units than just the bare minimum, and really highlight and feature that as a part of this development. And so all of that was taken into consideration.
I really appreciate what my fellow counselors have said. I think you covered a lot of the issues. And again, to echo Angel, like, we're a little schizophrenic here. There are things that we want that are at odds with each other. And I think that goes back to the concept of the master plan has some specific things in it that we have not addressed prior to you coming forward with this proposal. I'm excited about the live-work units. That was something that I had asked for in the last session, and I appreciate that you listened. I would echo David, though, that I think live-work units should be lived in. And I just think, yeah, I don't know how to move forward, given that we have some sort of structural issues that need to be resolved that are agnostic to your application.
Angela, did you have anything?
Oh, yeah. I won't repeat what everybody else has said, but I feel like my feelings were pretty well articulated by Angel, and I would like to say to you guys, to the developers, that you have brought this project so far, and you've done a great job. On the first time that we met, I wasn't into it, and now I think that you've come out with a great product. But I feel the same about committing to any development when we obviously have these infrastructure issues. And I find myself feeling like I wish that I could pursue this development with you. But even if it was, 100% affordable housing, I just don't feel right about it because of the underlying infrastructure issues.
You kind of trailed off there. But I think we got the gist. All right. So I'd recommend continuing this. I don't think we're even in a position to really vote on even first reading at this point.
No, but I would like some clarification on how do we on our side of this, right, like, move forward? Is there still room to add to our agenda for our retreat discussions about, what I'm talking about? Like, how do we have discussions about how we fix the traffic issues in Southside, which seem to be problems regardless of this application?
And that's something we can talk about prioritizing in our retreat. I wouldn't say we would have like a full discussion. It would be more of like, yes, we want to prioritize that, and that's something that we can do outside of this application.
Okay.
Jeff?
But I would also say that this application can't be contingent on a discussion that we're going to have at a retreat about capital planning, for our streets. So there needs to be, I guess, some evaluation by the council as part of this application as to, it calls for the improvements to Few Lane. There's a condition which don't necessarily need to occur timing wise, that there's, I guess, probably some flexibility there. But there's a condition about it be subject to budget and appropriation, that there would be some improvements that would need to be made by the town to Few Lane. But there's, you know, trying to solve all the traffic problems on the south side is kind of outside the scope of this application, I would say. But certainly the impacts from it and the adequacy of the traffic and the impacts of, you know, one of the review criteria is a special use review is what are the impacts, or what's the compatibility of the project with the neighborhood and the impacts of the project on the neighboring properties. So those things are relevant. I just kind of want to be mindful of, you know, what is, you know, what we're holding the applicant against from a review criteria standpoint to the town's capital planning.
So alternative 4 is, I think we're all saying it's a dependency. That being completed in order for this to work.
Right.
What I'm asking is that the applicant
Right.
needs to pay for that, because otherwise, like, we don't really need to do it at this point.
But see, I think that is sort of the schizophrenia that I'm feeling is like,
Let's use a different word.
okay,
Wishy-washy?
I mean, it's,
conflicting desires is like, we want them, we're saying like, well, we really need to have like a public input process for changes to Somerset, and we can't say that and then at the same time expect the developer to do those changes. So it's like, we need to be clear on what it is that exactly that we want.
so, I mean, like, just.
I mean, that's just one
No,
example.
I mean, I don't disagree. I think, though, the issue is, if we were, I mean, just being very candid with the room here and whoever's listening, like, if we were to do something like this, to change a road or a trail into a road as part of a requirement for a development, I mean, is that even something that we can contemplate, or should we just drop that first? I'll ask that.
Not a requirement for us.
Again, the condition, let me pull it up again, but I mean, the condition makes the town's obligations with respect to Few subject to budgeting and appropriation. It's just saying that they are going to construct the, I guess, limited improvements consistent with alternative 4 to then allow the town to make those improvements in the future, right? And those, I mean, the improvements being, this isn't there's not a requirement for a road where one doesn't already exist. It's creating improvements to the flow of traffic. There is, you know, again, the Somerset connection. There are
That's
things.
that's the part I'm curious about.
Right. But you know, I guess I can think about that a little bit more and talk to James. But the project, and I don't know, James, if you have a better answer to this, if I'm missing it, but the project could, I think, be constructed without the town in function, because with the ingress and egress onto Few that's contemplated by the project without the town's construction of the remaining improvements. It's just that if the town's committing, we're asking them to build certain improvements consistent with what the town would like to see from a future planning standpoint with the one-way traffic and with the Somerset connection, that's, you know, something that they could be obligated to construct, and the town could, subject to budgeting, construct the remainder of those improvements, because it's essentially existing streets that are part of its a planning process for the town.
That makes sense. Maybe you guys can talk before we meet again and have a little more clarity on that.
Yeah, sure.
Does that help, I mean, for now?
I wish that I had written down all of those conflicting things that I noted, and I should have, because that wasn't the only one. I think another one is that we're saying we don't like the warehouse space. That there's plenty of, you know, storage units. Storage units. I want to differentiate from warehouse. And yet we sort of need the storage units in order to not have the high impact traffic analysis. So that's another one of those like conflicts that, and I'm like at a loss for how to resolve that.
But that's capped by the physical infrastructure and the you know what I mean? Like, we can't, the ingress egress, the traffic count, so that's like a different dependency that's physically in place over there. You know what I mean? Versus us saying it. We can't increase the traffic flow.
I don't know that I follow. That's
Well,
okay.
there's not capacity in the road to do something. I mean, that's why they're doing what they're doing, is because.
Right. Oh, I
if they-
understand that. Yeah,
we
no,
bump
I'm.
up against the limit
Right.
set by the
Right.
infrastructure.
No, I understand that.
built right now.
I'm just saying that, like, I think part of what we've been struggling with is this concept of storage units, and yet, because of that limitation, we can't put some of the other things in place that we might have, that we might see as a greater
more
benefit.
traffic. Right.
Yeah.
But totally.
More commercial, restaurants,
Right.
retail.
Yeah.
Because it would increase the
Yes,
traffic.
exactly.
Over
So
this.
that's another one of those, like, identified conflicts that I'm seeing.
Yeah,
Again, agnostic of your application.
It's a hard constraint based on
Right.
physical stuff that's out there.
Yeah.
I would like to note that, in my opinion, this undoubtedly would be, traffic aside, which I know it's very difficult to remove that, but it would be an improvement to the site. It's more green space, it's more trees, it's more vitality, it's more affordable housing. I drove around there a bunch today, and it's dust and dirt and steel and trucks, and I think that this would be a nice, I think it would be an improvement to the area, and I think it kind of eloquently mixes what's already there, residential and commercial and light industrial. I mean, that is what we have in Southside. It's just the traffic and the safety. I am looking at the plan, and I think John Fitzpatrick, no, I'm sorry, it was Mr. Asbirian that maybe noted this, but a sidewalk on the Cody Lane side. I see the sidewalk that runs along the side and then gets you to the access to Cody Lane, but I do think it would be important to have a sidewalk on that Cody Lane.
So it goes across to the north side of the Cody
Okay,
Lane
so there's
access, and it
a
wraps
sidewalk
around
right
to the
there,
rafter.
and then
Yep.
there's a sidewalk.
Correct.
So there is pedestrian
Yep.
sidewalk there.
That is a 25-foot wide CDOT parcel that has access, and so that allows for a two-way lane and then a 5-foot sidewalk on the north that wraps around to the rafta. There's an ADA ramp just right by the drainage ditch there.
Missed that today.
And we originally tried to discuss crossing through the rafta lot. They did not want to have any further discussions with us on that because I think it was either cost or they were worried about liability of users crossing their lot on a daily basis. And so that led us to this Cody Lane sidewalk.
It's the rafter lane.
Okay.
Okay, so we're now an hour and 20 into this one, so,
So we just need to continue.
yeah, I mean, we could,
I will just mention, the applicants are open to, if you want to have a continuance, to have us further define some of the comparisons of the application over time, some of those items, we would be open to that, if that's what the council wants to do, or discuss the ordinance and the options further, but we respect the time of the meeting.
yeah, thank you for that. I'd entertain a motion to continue the first reading and public hearing to August 11th, 2026 for ordinance number 18, series of 2026. Is that good? Or do you have something?
I am out of town that meeting, not to say that it can't be continued to that day, but, yeah.
We can always continue.
What are we waiting for?
Well, we gave them some feedback.
Is there,
See a new plan? Is that?
Well,
Yeah, we give them a few, I mean, so I was like, I want to see, the Charlier 4 needs to be,
So other
the
things
cost needs to be borne
that-
by.
I think it would be an evolution
We're
of,
gonna spend time looking at this again. It's been on the agenda a bunch of times. We keep continuing it. Just those notes that I didn't mention, things like there's no updated letter from Reefer or Public Works. I think that's because this project hasn't changed substantially. Like what I see is you got rid of one building and you put what you call your central green space, but this is like the mandated green space. And you added a lot of colors here, but none of these colors are institutionalized and preserve benefits. And so there's no definition in the ordinance of what live work means and like what that is. There's a lot of details that are missing that are saying that we'll figure this out by the second reading. We'll figure out the floodwater or the stormwater concerns. And then I don't think it's also very clear, like if we're sticking with this idea of this locals, artists, community space having this limited time, it's not very clear when does this pre-sale start? When does that start? And what defines that pre-sale start period? And I'd advocate pushing it back. I think it's gonna be really hard for a locals or an artist to be buying in when the building's not even built yet. And so that's where I'd push back when that starts. Among other things, I just think the project, you know, like I said last time, I want to work with you. I think there's a lot of value to this parcel, but I'm just not seeing it in this presentation.
Yeah, if we're gonna ask for some changes, I would echo that I don't think that 90 days is enough time. We saw that with the condos over here in the park. I don't know what they're called anymore. But those were opened up to locals I'm getting that confused with the ACE project in Tree Farm, I think. In any case, that model has been used before unsuccessfully. So I would say, like, it needs to be marketed early and often so that people understand, you know, what it is and what the value is, because most people don't really understand that concept. And then I think it was only open to Basalt, and I would say that we have like a tiered approach where we open it to Basalt and then for a certain amount of days and then to the wider Roaring Fork Valley.
And I would ask that has to happen with every resale. So it's not like this opens up the horrible artist, but the great real estate investor who was like, oh, I bought it for my artist studio, but I decided I can turn a quick profit by selling it quickly.
And that's why I said we need to figure out a way, this is just my opinion, like we're all giving our comments, but figure out a way to do the intent of this in perpetuity, not just for a windfall for somebody who's there in the first 90.
That's how the Midland was designed, with the 17 units that were in the waterfall. When they resold, they go to the waterfall.
Back to the waterfall.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean.
think there's already been a process, more or less.
Yeah, I agree. I think that
in 90 days.
the precedent is out there to do this sort of thing and institutionalize it so that, you know, what Greg and David are worried about doesn't happen. And we would just want to like bake that in.
You know, this is,
Some of these ideas.
Other question for you here with the live work units is the idea that if I'm living in this unit, I park downstairs, I live upstairs.
You could either park inside or the drives are wide enough for parking spaces in front of the units as well.
If I have a guest, I have a partner.
There are, well, the indoor.
That's where I just see the parking issues of the neighborhood, right? People are gonna say, you know what, I don't wanna live in my apartment with my smelly truck. I'm gonna turn that garage space into like more living space. The space is tight, so I'm not gonna park here. I'm gonna park right next door. I'm gonna park on the street, I'm gonna park in this whole neighborhood.
The indoor spaces would be, the garage is wide enough to park 2 cars, and then there are 2 9x20 spaces outside of the garage for each unit.
And then just the only other question I have, as long as we're continuing it, all right, I would vote to not continue it. But last time we met, we voted against, or they withdrew the application to add a gate to their parking lot. This project has 2 gates. Is that common? Are there a lot of other projects that have gates in them in the community?
In the industrial zone district, we actually have requirements generally for fencing off and gating yards, like contractor yards and storage yards. So it's a little different kind of scenario than downtown parking.
But this would include residential units, so now we have residential units behind a gate.
Well, no, at least the way I'm looking at it, the gate is keeping people on 2 sides from entering the industrial. There's not a gate on that Cody Lane access side into the residential. So it's to keep residential from going into the
But then there's a gate out here.
There's a gate between the industrial and the multi-story. That was put in place so it wasn't made a pass-through for high school traffic or
And the fire department
traffic.
could pop that open.
Fire department, fire alarm would reset that into a fail-open position, and then with a Knox box, I could reset that.
Yeah.
And that would be both gates.
And that kind of makes sense in the broader Charlotte area.
Circulation, yep.
Should I make, Mayor, I move that the town council continue the public hearing and first reading of ordinance number 18, series of 2026, and set the continued public hearing and first reading for, are we still doing?
You can do that, and we can continue it if.
August 11, 2026.
Sounds good.
Second.
All right, it's been moved and seconded. And Pam, will you please call the roll?
Let's begin with Rick Stevens.
Yes.
Angel Dupré-Bouchard.
Yes.
Greg Shaffrin.
Yes.
David Knight.
Yes.
Elise Hoddle.
Yes.
Angela Anderson.
Yes.
Thank you, Angela. Motion carries.
Thanks,
Thank
appreciate
you.
it.
Appreciate your feedback.
Thanks, James. All right. So we're going to move along to item 7B, which is our public hearing and second reading of ordinance number 14, 2026, an ordinance of the Town Council of the Town of Basalt, Colorado, vacating a water line easement and approving a license agreement for property located at 142 Swinging Ridge Lane, Basalt, Colorado. And this is Sarah.
Yeah, just give me one moment, please. Does anybody need a stand-up break? Oops.
Sarah.
Also from 2008 to 2000. Was kicked to the curb quite recently.
All right, thank you.
There were so many opportunities.
So on the line today, we do have Scott Broughton. He is the architect and the project representative. Council is being asked to consider ordinance number 14, series of 2026 at second reading. The request is for approval to vacate an abandoned waterline easement and to approve a revocable license agreement for driveway and landscaping improvements within the town's right-of-way. I'll just go through this really quickly. Next slide, please. Just a reminder of background. This is where the site is, Swinging Bridge Lane, right off of Cottonwood Drive. It's improved with a single-family home and it backs up to the Frying Pan River. Next slide, please. There is a water line that is across the property. It was abandoned and replaced with another water line in a different area in 2021. And you can go 2 slides up, please. Oh, there you go. And additionally, the applicant is requesting the improvements within the right-of-way, as noted in the area of yellow here, to help with channeling water in the area and to better define the driveway onto the site. At first reading, it was discussed that the council approved a very similar scenario a couple years back at 124 Swinging Bridge Lane, so there's some neighborhood context for this. And the applicant received an ESA exemption, environmentally sensitive area exemption, through the technical review committee, and approval for the 2 requested items as a condition of the TRC approval. The ordinance was approved unanimously at first reading. At that time, council did not ask for any additional information of staff nor the applicant's representative. If you can go back 1, please. And since the first reading, a minor addition has been made to the easement vacation document per the town attorney, which commits the applicant to acknowledge the presence of the abandoned waterline easement across the property and requires any removal to be handled by the applicant and not by the town. And the applicant's representative has provided agreement with this condition. So again, Mr. Broughton is online, available to answer any questions that the council may have at this time. And ultimately, staff recommends that the council approve the ordinance at second reading, allowing the revocable license agreement for the driveway and landscaping items at 142 Swinging Bridge Lane, and to vacate the abandoned waterline easement across the property. So I'll kick it to you, council, if you have any questions, any thoughts you'd like to share.
Thank you. We'll go ahead and open the public hearing. It's 8:40. If anyone would like to make public comments on ordinance number 14, series of 2026 in the room, you can come up. Online, you can raise your hand. Seeing none, I'll close the public hearing. Does anyone have any questions or comments on this one? Otherwise, I'd entertain a motion.
Mayor, move that the town council adopt ordinance number 14, series of 2026.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. Pam, will you please call the roll?
Absolutely.
110
Let's begin with Greg Shaffron,
Yes.
David Knight,
Yes.
Elise Huddle,
Yes.
Angela Anderson,
Yes.
and Rick Stevens,
Yes.
and Angel Dupré Bouchard.
Yes.
Motion carries unanimously. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thanks, Sarah.
Have a good evening.
Next up, we have item 7C, which is a public hearing and second reading of ordinance number 13, series of 2026, ordinance of the Town Council of the Town of Basalt, Colorado, approving a final PUD plan and associated development review actions for construction of 16 residential units on parcel 9 Cypress Meadows subdivision PUD, Basalt, Colorado.
Thank you.
James.
This is a public hearing and second reading of an ordinance on the final plan application submitted by the town. And it's to construct 16 two-bedroom residential units on parcel 9 of the Cypress Meadows subdivision. As we discussed at first reading, the town is proposing to construct the 16 two-bedroom deed-restricted units, and the town received sketch plan and preliminary plan approvals previously. The site, as noted, is the vacant property adjacent to the rugby field in Willits, as well as adjacent to the lakeside townhomes. The property is fully in the urban growth boundary and designated as community facility on the master plan future land use map, and it's got an affordable housing overlay. At the final plan review, the Basalt Affordable Community Housing Commission, Bach reviewed the plans and recommended approval. The Planning and Zoning Commission also reviewed the plans and recommended approval. As was shown at the prior meeting, the applicant's design is included in your packet materials. And basically, there were several discussion items that were identified during the sketch and preliminary plan review. One of those was parking, and at the direction of council at the preliminary plan review, the staff and design team moved parking spaces from the south side of the development adjacent to lakeside townhomes to the north side, per the direction of council. And that was really the only changes that were made at the final plan review realm. It was noted at the last meeting that Public Works had some comments about replacing the current shed and nursery area that's currently on the site. And the design team has been working with staff to come up with a site plan that does that replacement. And Scott is working on bringing it up here to show that adjustment. Scott doesn't have the Zoom link though, let me bring that up here. And maybe while I work on bringing it up, if council has questions you would like to ask or like to go into the public hearing, while I have time to bring that up.
I'll go ahead and open the public hearing at 8:45. If anybody would like to make public comment on this ordinance, which is number 13, series of 2026, in the room or online. Is there anybody online?
There was nobody online.
Okay. So we can close the public hearing.
I can just kind of talk through some of the design changes that we've made
Okay.
in coordination with Parks, if that sounds good.
Sounds good.
I'm Jay Angstrom with Crystal River Civil, and we've been working on this project for a while now. But yeah, I mean, really, what happened is, as you guys saw from the last presentation, we didn't. There was still some pending coordination with the Parks Department regarding some of their comments, and so we had discussions with them, and we determined we were kind of intending that you know, their nursery there could be relocated to another location, but upon further discussion, we found out that we have to figure out how to fit that on the site as well. So what we've done here, and it looks like we actually have it pulled up now, we had to just move around some of the bike parking and the trash enclosure just to increase the size of the fire access through that north side, which then allows us to have more access to that whole fenced-in area now that parks now could use as their future nursery, and it ends up being the same dimensions as what they have currently. So really just a matter of kind of moving around a couple infrastructure items there on the north side. Nothing changed on the south side, which I feel like was kind of the side that had a little bit more concern just because of its proximity to the neighbors. One item to note, of course, just that we're adding more into this tight space as it is. We might have to figure out some alternative to stormwater, not necessarily detention, but treatment. Previously, we were going to do a level spreader that dispersed water over a grassy area to treat water prior to going down into the pond. We'll probably look at some other options that would probably be subgrade in this scenario. But all in all, that being said, we do not have concerns that we can fit that we're not going to be able to fit everything on the site. It seems like we have adequate space.
We still have the covered bike parking numbers that we had before. We have the trash recycling, the mailboxes. It just reconfigures a little bit of that open space that was there, which was more for civil drainage. So for the approval, we don't need to have it fully designed and detailed, from my understanding with James and Catherine and engineering. So this should work for now, and then we'll work out the details with town staff and the engineers.
Can you put it under the parking lot?
Sorry?
Can you put a level spreader under the parking lot?
We'll have,
seriously.
we will have some sort of subgrade. Either we could put it under the parking lot, or we could just put it under the space that the parks would be using for their nursery.
The storage is important for the user groups that store things there, believe it or not. So, yeah, I think it'd be great if you could figure that out. And, but we have done storm detention systems under blacktop.
Yes. Yep. And
multi-purpose kind of deal.
Because of that, we're not concerned about having adequate space. We have plenty of parking area that we can add some stormwater systems underneath if we have to. So.
Still want to move the rugby post too. And change the name. That's all I got.
All right. Any other questions or comments?
I just have a question for Jeff. Procedural, can we approve this on second reading if there's still outstanding items?
If there's minor technical things we could address them through a condition of approval.
We have a condition in the draft ordinance that requires the final layout of the yard and the shed be approved by the TRC prior to building permit issuance.
Okay.
So that's how it's kind of set up.
Okay, thanks.
Could do a motion. Someone wants to make one?
Mayor, I move that the town council adopt ordinance number 13, series of 2026 on second reading.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. Pam, will you please call the roll?
Absolutely. Let's begin with David Knight.
Yes.
Elise Hoddle.
Yes.
Angela Anderson.
Yes.
Rick Stevens.
Yes.
Angel Dupré-Bouchard.
Yes.
And Greg Schaffrin.
Yes.
Motion carries unanimously. Thank you.
Thanks,
All right,
everybody.
thank you both.
Great, thank you, everybody.
Thanks, James.
Have a good night.
All right.
Thanks, guys.
Next up, we have item 7D, which is the public hearing and first reading, ordinance number 15, series of 2026, an ordinance of the Town Council of the Town of Basalt, Colorado, granting a PUD amendment to amend the allowable total square footage at 739 Hillcrest Drive, 5,474 total square feet, Basalt, Colorado. Thank you. And James, you have this one.
Yes, thank you. We have the applicant here this evening with us. I apologize, let me reorganize here. Here we go. This is a public hearing and a first reading of an ordinance to consider a PUD amendment submitted by Glenn and Laura Yeager to increase the allowable total floor area of their residence at 739 Hillcrest Drive above the town-wide maximum of 5,000 total square feet to a proposed 5,474 total square feet. And it's proposed in order to accommodate the expansion of the first floor of the existing residence by 605 square feet, to allow for it to be retrofitted on the first floor with a first floor bedroom and bathroom that will be accessible for the applicant's mother that has recently become wheelchair bound. The application discusses that the applicants believe the additional square footage is a reasonable accommodation under the Fair Housing Act. In reviewing the request, staff consulted with the town attorney's office about what constitutes a reasonable accommodation under the Fair Housing Act. And the town attorney's office provided a memo that's in your packet materials. It outlines reasonable accommodation to be qualified by 3 factors. One, whether the accommodation would undermine legitimate purposes of the zoning requirements. 2, whether consideration of the benefits that the accommodation would provide the handicapped individual. And then number 3, whether alternatives exist that accomplish the benefits more efficiently than the proposed scenario for a zoning addition. And as a bit more background, staff did offer that the applicants could decommission some of the upstairs space so as not to exceed the 5,000 gross square foot limit by removing ducting 2 spaces and filling it with blown insulation. So you'd basically decommission some of the upper floor space. However, the applicant chose to request the PUD amendment. And staff, doesn't question the benefits of allowing the first floor space to become accessible to the applicant's mother. But staff does note that the Fair Housing Act scenario would support the floor area amendment. The P&Z reviewed the request and recommended approval because they didn't feel that it had basically implications on other properties because it's kind of a site-specific issue. And so Jeff can add maybe any thoughts he may have on it. But this evening, staff would suggest taking applicant comments, taking public comments because it's a public hearing, and having council discussion. We've included the ordinance in the packet for your consideration. Jeff, do you have anything you'd like to add on the?
Yeah, I'll just reiterate a little bit of what James had said. This procedurally, the path to amend the restriction on floor area is a PUD amendment, and to go beyond the existing restriction, the basis to do that would be through this reasonable accommodation under the Fair Housing Act, and which has the criteria that James laid out that to allow for the use and enjoyment of the unit, you can grant a reasonable accommodation to zoning rules and regulations based on an evaluation of the 3 factors that we listed in the memo, whether it would undermine the legitimate purposes and effects of the zoning regulations, whether the use and enjoyment of the residents is not possible without the accommodation, and the accommodation would allow the individual to use and enjoy the residence, and whether reasonable alternatives exist with consideration of the functional administrative aspects, but also the cost of the those alternatives. And so those are really the anchors for your review. I think the applicant has addressed and probably prepared to speak to all those things too. So, but yeah, and again, I guess to James's point is what's the broader effect of this? It would only be with respect to this parcel. So.
We do have Glenn Yeager, the applicant, here this evening, so staff would suggest hearing applicant comments.
Well, thank you for your time. James did a great job of giving a summary of where we've been over the last year and a half on this process. We're requesting a variance on the square footage to accommodate my mother, who has had a stroke, and in order for her to live with us, we're going to need a first floor bedroom and bathroom to accommodate her disability. The three key components that we've really been discussing for the last 6 months have been the three components that the city attorney brought up, and that is, number one, whether the accommodation would undermine the legitimate purposes and zoning of the existing area. And even with the addition, our lot coverage is only 11%, which is far below the 30% that, in our view, it doesn't change the residential flavor of the neighborhood. And then the second thing that we've agreed on the entire time is that the benefits of the accommodation would provide the handicapped individual benefits. And I think everyone's aligned with that. And then the third one is whether alternatives exist to accomplish the benefits more efficiently. And we always took the position that demoing and decommissioning a portion of the current house to get the square footage for the first floor accommodation is not efficient, cost effective, and it's just not a path that we wanted to pursue. Planning and zoning agreed with us. They unanimously approved us proceeding with the PUD amendment to get the additional square footage without decommissioning any space.
Thank you for your comments as well. We need to do a public hearing, so I'm going to go ahead and do that now at 8:58. Open the public hearing. And if anybody wants to come up, I don't think we have anybody in the room here or online, so I'll close the public hearing and then open it up for questions or comments. One question I have, undermining the legitimate purposes and effect, is there some kind of definition or standard for that? Like, in the attorney's world, like, what does that mean?
I mean, would this request have a consequence of rendering meaningless a zoning restriction? And maybe have a more broader effect. There's a few cases out there that are that relate to these types of reasonable accommodation requests, and I wish there was more perfectly clear guidance on that, but there's kind of a mixed review by the courts of whether or not that criteria is satisfied or not. And we mentioned a couple of them in our memo. And so, I guess maybe to put more of a pin on it for this application, it's would allowing the accommodation to exceed the floor area restriction, would that undermine the town's ability to impose and continue those floor area restrictions in a broader sense,
on other properties?
Yeah. And one of the courts in a Utah case basically said, and it's not exactly the same application they were reviewing in a special use context, but that no, in granting it here, you don't give up your discretion in a future application request on another property. But that was in a little bit different context, but I think it could be viewed the same here, where you're not necessarily creating this isn't going to have the effect of the floor area limitation be one that can then be exceeded by by others, or that it is going to, that the purpose of the floor area limitation is being completely disregarded by exceeding it for, in this limited manner. So that's maybe more specifically how to analyze it.
Does that
Thanks.
same hold true for the waiver for the sprinkler system from Roaring Fork Fire Rescue Authority? So we were talking about like FAR and
Yeah.
how that wouldn't be a challenge looking at other projects.
Yeah.
Do you feel it's the same way with the sprinkler waiver?
I think it would be. I mean, it would be, this is, it would be the, this case-by-case analysis of it. And here, I'm trying to remember the sprinkler waiver component as to how that
Any
came up.
residence that goes beyond 5,000 square feet needs to have a sprinkler system.
And the fire district chose
To waive it for this.
waive that, and
Mhm.
that's kind of their,
That's
their decision. It's not really the town's.
Okay.
We take our cues on that from them.
Okay. So that's a fire district requirement,
Fire
not like a
district
building
requirement.
code requirement.
It's in the fire code, the 5,000
Okay.
square foot, which is a addendum to the building code.
But they have the ability to waive that requirement.
They do, that's, yeah, they do.
Okay. Other questions, comments?
Public
Just-
comment? Oh, there's no.
Already had it, yeah.
Just to clarify, just so we're crossing all our Ts and dotting all our Is, for factor C or 3, do alternatives exist to accomplish the benefits more efficiently? Is there, and I saw the plan, of course, but is there currently a bedroom on the first floor that can just be remodeled to
There are no first floor bedrooms. They're all on the
Just
second
to
floor, yeah.
make sure?
And another question that came up in planning and zoning is,
Not correct.
is my mom is currently living in Chicago. So the question was, well, how are you navigating now if you don't have a first floor bedroom and bath? But she will move in with us as soon as we get this permit.
Yeah, there were other questions I think staff went through of, well, what other improvements might be able to be made that would allow your mother to reside in the unit and use and enjoy it without exceeding this? Is it just a matter of constructing a wheelchair ramp, or are there other types of improvements that might need to be made? And I don't remember all the details of that, but I think the upshot was no. Your position was no, there's not, and that's how you ended up in this position. But
Correct.
Like a stair lift doesn't work,
No,
the stair chair lift.
no.
I mean, the only alternative is decommissioning, basically, to reduce the square footage upstairs. That's what you gotta, what's
yeah,
what you have to
that
weigh
was, I think that was what was discussed, yeah.
And
What about-
there were architects on planning and zoning, and the one shared with me after the meeting that he was involved in a project like that where they were decommissioning space, and he said he would never do that again.
I can see how that would be a very undesirable, not ideal for many reasons. First, I want to say, like, very sympathetic to your situation.
Thank you.
Right? It's a horrible situation. Nobody wants to be in it, and I totally understand where you're coming from. My only question would be, with something like this, would it be possible to add some sort of like time limit accommodation? So it says, like, when this house, in the future were to get sold, at that point, this has to get decommissioned, or the sprinkler system has to come up to code, something like that, so we can accommodate the use case now, but we're not changing, the home for future people who don't need the same accommodation.
Yeah, I don't know if the future councils want to have me coming back here in 2 years, 4 years, and talk about, what we're going to do with our house. I mean, is that what you're proposing?
Just like in the idea of something in there that says, like, yes, we'd like to accommodate, we'd like to make this accommodation for you and your mother, but
Well, then,
you decide to move, and you decide to, a couple years later, you down the road, you say, hey, this altitude's not working, it's really hard to, there's other issues here, we're gonna have to move to get closer to healthcare, and now, just looking at market rates, like 500 square feet.
haven't thought of that. I've been 100% focused on getting this building permit to move my mother into our home.
Yeah.
So
I'm sure.
That was my question, was what's the anticipated timeline for a permit in a situation like this? Is it a long 9 months?
It's been very long.
Is it? You know, kudos to you for doing this. I think that the demographic in the Mid-Valley and across Colorado is pretty much above 65, like 65%. And we have, my wife and I both have moms that are in different stages. One is in hospice right now, has been able to stay in her house, but she's stuck upstairs all day long, all night long, in 24-hour care. So I think, you know, from the point of view of a senior and what we've been following with Eagle County and some of these other services, that this is kind of a groundbreaking conversation, frankly. And I was going to have the same question for Jeff, was, is this something that gets recorded on your deed of trust and goes with the property? Because I think it would be very advantageous if it did. And whether it was occupied by a handicapped child or a handicapped adult would make no difference to me. And I think that it's something that we need to look at. There's these ADU programs that we have and all these other things aren't really reflecting, I think, accurately where the need's going to come from. And the other thing of in-home care, you know, 24 hours a day is incredibly expensive.
Yeah,
this
this variance not only allows us to accommodate my mother today, but my wife and I, you know, we want to die here.
Yeah, well, I hope my son takes the same action you're taking.
And it would be nice to know that our home could accommodate us also.
Yeah, 10-4.
Yeah.
So I'm going to be the naysayer on this one, and I apologize up front. I am sympathetic to your situation. My mom came and lived with us last fall because of some health issues. I have very big concerns about making a change for one person, even for the best of reasons, that it could set a bad precedent. And I say this having just had somebody come to public comment and say that they were here 5 years ago and that there was, you know, a situation in their neighborhood, and we said, okay, we're just going to grandfather this one person in, and now somebody else has taken liberties to do the same
I'm just
thing.
going to interrupt and say, we're not going to talk about that situation as part of this public hearing. It's because that is a very different situation than what's going on here. I just don't want to get into it because we're in the middle of working with that complainant and that owner, and I just want to caution you of not opening that up here. Yeah.
Well, then, regardless of that situation, there are situations in general where things happen where we change something for one person and then they push not they, the same person, but then another person wants to push that limit. I don't know anything about decommissioning space, and I absolutely don't argue with the need for a first floor space for your mom. I just question whether we should change something that exists for the rest of the neighborhood and risk that setting a precedent for other people. And I've seen it time and time again. I know, Jeff, I can't use any specific examples, I guess, but
we're in the middle of an enforcement action. I don't want you to talk about it in this public hearing. So,
oh, okay.
Okay.
Gotcha. Yeah. Another one that comes to mind that it's not really a parallel, but somebody wanted a trash enclosure, and so they just built it in the right of way and then asked for forgiveness instead of permission. Not the same situation, but there's just, people will push the envelope, and that's what worries me. Not that your situation isn't a good reason to do it, but rather just that 474 square feet is significant. It's if it was 60 square feet, I'd be yeah, no problem. But 474 square feet is the size of an entire studio apartment. Yeah. And so that is a big thing, a big difference from where the threshold is now. So that's my main concern.
If I could address that, approving this request would not set a precedent for other properties to exceed the 5,000 square feet limit. This is a site-specific, reasonable accommodation under the Fair Housing Act, Section 42 USC, for a documented disability. Each case is evaluated individually based on medical need.
I hear what you're saying, but, our attorney did advise us that we consider the Fair Housing Act according to these 3 different criteria and whether alternatives exist to accomplish the benefits. And I guess maybe my question would be, it says more efficiently. It's like, well, more efficiently to the representative or more efficiently in a broader, context? I know that's probably a tough one.
Yeah, I mean, I think it is probably both ways, but including on the applicant, because there is part of that is considering what the cost would be. I mean, I understand your struggle where it's the permanency of it. It's an improvement. It's not, it's not allowing an ESA animal or something, right? It's the permanency of the improvement. And James, I might lean on you a little bit more on this just because of your having processed the application. But, having reviewed, would pursuing an ADU and deed restricting it into the future be an alternative to this? And I think there were reasons why that was beyond the scope of what was desired as part of the reasonable accommodation request. And I think a few other alternatives to avoid kind of the permanency. Well, the thought was, again, the permanency of the square footage over the 5,000 floor area limitation. Would it be, if instead of an addition, an ADU, and an ADU that could be occupied, then be deed restricted into the future for such that the occupancy would be consistent with the ADU requirement. So there's not just an expansion of the floor area over 5,000 square feet. It is under this this program that might provide a benefit to the town by having an ADU that might be deed restricted. And that's not what the applicant's requesting, and that's not consistent with what his reasonable accommodation request is. I'm just saying that to in part get at what I'm hearing as the concern being the permanency of the accommodation, right?
Yeah, I mean, like, an ADU, I mean, I want to make sure I'm clear. I don't, with the code, if you have 5,000 square feet, it's the max for a house here. If the property would be eligible, let me ask you this, just a simple question. Could you add an ADU to a property, detached or attached, if it was already 5,000 square feet? Is that allowed anywhere?
Well, they would have to go through a PUD amendment process similar to the PUD amendment process that is being reviewed now, and get P&Z and Town Council's approval to be able to add an ADU. Typically, ADU square footage counts towards that 5,000 gross square foot.
Mm-hmm.
So in order to add an ADU above the 5,000 gross square foot, it would require a similar town council action to what's being requested here.
But I do think, like, the idea of having a lock-off, to your point, that does have additional value to the town, as opposed to just adding square footage to an existing house and then potentially setting this precedent for the rest of the neighborhood to try and push that boundary as well.
Yeah, I mean,
It's an interesting idea.
it seems like a more elegant solution than putting insulation in your ducts or allowing houses to be bigger than 5,000 square feet, just kind of, you know what I mean? Like, it's just something that it seems like it's a more elegant solution, but I don't know if it has the same process, but at the end of the day, would it?
Well, you are rewriting a lot of your zoning and, does it make, like
I
Richard
think
said, these are issues.
this is a groundbreaking discussion, frankly, and it's universal. And if we can figure out how to better accommodate people that are aging in place, it would be a great thing. And generally what slows these processes down is just bureaucracy, and somebody's going to take advantage, or they're going to try to pull a fast one. It doesn't matter what you say in here, because somebody's always going to pull a fast one if they can get away with it. So I think that, our responsibility as a community is to allow it and then sort of regulate it and watch it. And if it gets to be abusive, then you have such a thing as a red tag, you know, and I have personally thought about this for a long time, and the other opportunity to do this is also restricted to most people because of financing. You know, we can afford to build an ADU, but we can't afford to retire if we build an ADU. So, I mean, there's a catch-22 here, and if and affordability is a big deal at the age we're talking about. And, you know, assistance that you get when you're in a position of being elderly and not being able to take care of yourself is compromised across the country by other reasons and so on. And I just think Basalt's always been in a place where innovation and good ideas were well received, and, you know, maybe we misstepped a couple times, but this is one deal, right? This isn't, you know, we're not making a blanket policy here.
The people are, I think the queasiness or consternation is because a 5,000 square foot house is a big house.
It's a big house.
That's why that limit is there, and that's, I think we don't want to undermine that. And so I think we're wrestling, that's why the ADU thing sounds appealing, but I don't know.
But it, you know, it also should consider the size of the lot. A 5,000 square foot home downtown Basalt versus up on Hillcrest Drive, we have close to an acre. And the square footage, garage square footage counts in the square footage calculation. So it's not a 5,000 square foot home. It could be a 4,200 square foot home with a 2.5 car garage.
The code is what it is.
Yeah, like I said,
look.
you are in the process, you know, this is a one-time request based on a medical need. I don't see how anyone could come in here and say precedent has been set. You know, what's your medical need? What's the accommodation you need?
Well, I mean, but to at least, like, you know, to that comment, then we, at that point, have full grounds to say, well, no, there was a legal argument, and, you know, like, we can deny that request. I think that there are plenty of people with malintent that might dig through these records and see this and be like, aha, you know, now we can do this. But I don't think that the Jaegers should be penalized because some person in the future might take advantage of this. I also don't believe that it would be taken advantage of because I don't believe that legally it would set any precedent. I applaud you being willing to do this, and I mean, yes, is it going to increase the value of your home? Yeah, it will, but also at great expense to you. It's not going to be cheap to do this. So,
I will not recover.
Yeah, no, and I build enough, like, I tend to agree with you. Is you're not going to see what you're going to put.
Correct.
You're not going to get it back, basically.
But
and so I'm with Rick.
I get time.
I think we want to see more multi-generational living, and we want to take care of our seniors, and you want to do that, and you have an actual legal and medical, you know, reason to do so. I personally have no reason to oppose this.
Thank you.
And that's where I stand on it.
I guess one thing I would add about this.
We just want to make sure Angela doesn't have anything.
Yeah.
Really quick. Angela, do you have any questions or comments?
I agree, you know, once again with Angela. I think that I would rather, you know, have to sit in council and have people come and try and take advantage of what they see as an opportunity, you know, than to deny somebody who, you know, medically needs this allowance, to go without it. So, yeah, there are always going to be people who will, you know, look for a loophole or, you know, try to get one over on us. But I don't think that that this man and his mother should, you know, pay the penalty for that. So I'm in support of allowing extra square footage for his mother's medical needs.
So the comment I was going to add was just, I understand that doing a lock-off isn't the same thing as having it as part of your home, but the square footage cost to build is the same whether you have a lock-off door or not. And one thing for just the council to keep in mind for future reference too is that then once they go to sell their home, eventually, whenever that happens, 20 years, hopefully, years and years from now, potentially a local buyer could afford it because they would have the added income of the lock-off. So that's just kind of something to think about. So I've said my piece.
I think an ADU would be a better alternative that would still bring the benefits, from the ADA requirements. It's better than decommissioning. It's better. It doesn't. I don't think it, because of that ability with the deed restriction for a resident living there. It doesn't undermine, the zoning, the legitimate purposes and effects of the zoning, which is we don't want to have big houses with big loads. I mean, that's really, the bigger the house, the bigger the loads. I mean, I think the climate is one of the big reasons we have the 5,000 square foot, not the lot size. So I would prefer something where we do an ADU, because I think it accomplishes all the, kind of the tests in the three
But would that not-
areas, and it's a better alternative and more efficient.
Would that not require the need for a kitchen and even more square footage? And that adds undue cost burden to the Jaegers, who are trying to accomplish a relatively simple and necessary need. You know what I mean? And I think that if it was somebody else coming to us just asking for additional square footage, then I can get on board with that and say, well, no, make it an ADU that can be locked off in the future. But because of this circumstance, because there's the medical need and the ADA and all of that, I mean, I see it as two separate,
They have to build it anyway.
Well, I know, but adding a kitchen adds substantial cost.
Kitchen on the map, is that currently there?
ADU is not on the table.
Yeah.
Decommissioning space or giving us the fair housing accommodation is what I'm here for, not to build an ADU.
Is that?
The applicants applied for reasonable accommodation for a bedroom, not for an ADU. And I bring it up to say that was recognizing the primacy of the reasonable accommodation. There was a discussion about that, and it was determined that wasn't what was going to work for the applicant in terms of accommodating his mother, and so ultimately proceeded with this request. Yeah.
I'm tracking. I just want to make sure we're turning over old stones.
Yeah, no, I appreciate it. They've been kicked.
Is there any way to decrease the square footage?
There's not. We've done that. We're down to bare bones.
Well, yeah, I don't think this one property in and of itself is going to undermine legitimate purposes of our zoning. So I just want to make sure we're being thorough. It sounds like you guys had that conversation, but this probably will come up more. We'll have to, it's case by case. We go through the same set of tests, just like any other accommodation request.
It very well might, but in my view, I mean, this allows not only the applicant's mother to age in place with the care she needs, but it will allow the applicants to age in place. It might allow the future buyer to either care for an elderly parent or, as Rick mentioned, a child that needs it, or age in place. I mean, I don't think it undermines the zoning. I just don't. I think it's an easy yes.
And the Utah case kind of shows that.
Yeah.
Angela has her hand up.
Angela?
Oh, I just wanted to say, I agree that this is an easy yes, and I don't even feel comfortable with us trying to recommend, an ADU or a lockoff. I think that we should let this man care for his mother, and that this is clearly a medical exemption. And I don't honestly feel like we should weigh in on it much more than that. They have a medical need. This is what they need to do to meet that need. And I think that that's where our involvement ends.
Well, our involvement is based on what Jeff outlined in that memo. That's what we went through, so we have to go through that.
I understand that, but they have a legitimate medical need.
All right, how about a
And
motion?
I don't understand why we would ask them to build additional space that they don't need when all they're trying to do is build exactly what they need to help his mother. That's what I don't understand.
I'll move to approve ordinance number 15, series of 26, Town Council, Town of Basalt, Colorado, granting a PUD amendment to amend the allowable square footage at 7039 Hillcrest to 5474 total square feet.
First
What-
reading, set the
First reading, public hearing for August 11th. Second reading for August
So
11th.
we're approving on first reading.
Yeah.
Okay.
I heard it.
Second.
Yeah.
Okay. So moved and seconded. Pam, will you please call the roll?
And Joe?
Okay, let's begin with Elise Hoddle,
Yes.
Angela Anderson,
Yes.
Rick Stevens,
Yes.
Angel Dupré-Bouchard,
Yes.
Greg Shaffron,
Yes.
David Knight.
Yes.
Motion carries unanimously. Thank you.
Thanks to your patience and perseverance going through this. We take this seriously, the FHA analysis. Thank you, Jeff, for kind of teeing all this up. I know this is the first one of these we've had to go through since I've been on council.
Yeah, it was an unusual one.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Okay, what's next? Flipping the page. Item 70, public hearing and first reading ordinance number 16, series of 2026, an ordinance of the Town Council of Basalt, Colorado, annexing to the town certain unincorporated municipally owned land located at 20526 Highway 82. Jeff and James, you have this, and I believe that the next one, you can do the presentation, then we can do
Yeah.
this, and the next one I'll read it, and we can just vote, right? Or do the hearing?
We can, yeah.
Okay.
Great, so these two agenda items are to annex the umbrella, what's referred to as the umbrella roofing property. It was a property the town bought several years ago and has been using as a part of its public works operations. The purpose of the annexation is to then, the neighboring property, which is Shelton Drilling property, the two of them comprise the public works facilities. By having the umbrella property annexed into the town, it'll allow for the next steps on the planning for a future PD public works facility on those parcels to proceed more efficiently. So annexations of municipally owned property just require an ordinance. They don't require the full process that of a petition and a land use application that's required under the master plan and otherwise by state statute. Along with the annexation request, there is a requirement under the annexation statute that properties be zoned with a certain period of time of the annexation. And so the second ordinance would be to zone the property P public. As back on the annexation part, as is set out in the ordinance, it does meet the eligibility requirements for annexation. The main one being that it has contiguity requirements with the town boundaries of the town. And with that, I'm happy to answer any questions. It looks like these were noticed for public hearings on first reading, so we should have a public hearing with respect to each when David gets back. But I can answer any questions in the meantime.
So Eagle County is engaged in this too, right, or not? This is just us basically taking it as an enclave kind of thing?
Yeah, there's two exemptions from kind of the normal, or I guess there's probably more than two, but there are two main ones from the normal annexation procedures under the Annexation Act. And one is for municipally owned property and another is for enclaves. And this is not an enclave because there continues to be unincorporated property to the south and with the Aspen Basalt.
Right.
Yeah.
In the clinic.
Park.
Oh, they're in Basalt.
So,
Okay.
I think we're ready for a public hearing.
Let's
on-
do it. I'll open the public hearing.
For
It's
public
9:31.
comment, yeah.
Bueller?
Anybody?
Bueller? Okay, no one's coming up. Close the public hearing. Questions?
Yeah, and we'll do separate motions on each of these.
Okay. So someone want to fire the first one here for 16? Let's hear questions or comments.
Mayor, I move town council approve ordinance 16, series of 26 on first reading, set the public hearing, second reading for July 28th.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. Pam, will you please call the roll?
Absolutely. Let's begin with Angela Anderson.
Yes.
Thank you, Angela. Rick Stevens.
Yes.
Angel Dupré-Bouchard.
Yes.
Greg Shaffrin.
Yes.
David Knight.
Yes.
Elise Hoddle.
Yes.
Motion carries unanimously. Thank you.
All right, 7F, public hearing and first reading ordinance number 17, series of 2026, an ordinance of the Town Council, Basalt, Colorado, zoning certain municipally owned real property annexed to the town located at 2526 Highway D2. Jeff and James again, and we can just go straight to the, I did a public hearing. So I'm gonna go ahead and open the public hearing for this one. It's 9:32. Same as the first, so I will close the public hearing since no one wanted to speak and entertain a motion.
Mayor, I move that the town council approve ordinance number 17, series of 2026 on first reading and set the public hearing and second reading for July 28th, 2026.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. Pam, will you please call the roll?
Absolutely. Let's begin with Rick Stevens.
Yes.
Angel Dupré-Bouchard.
Yes.
Greg Shaffrin.
Yes.
David Knight.
Yes.
Elise Hoddle.
Yes.
Angela Anderson.
Yes.
Motion carries unanimously. Thank you.
Cool. All right, next up, 7G resolution, thank you both, by the way, for that. Resolution number 28, series of 2026, resolution of the Town Council, Basalt, Colorado, expressing the intent of the town to be reimbursed for certain expenses relating to the acquisition of real property, including 6 housing units and the construction, equipping, remodeling, and improvement of certain capital assets owned by the town. This is Doug, Gloria, and Jeff.
Yes, so thank you, Mr. Mayor. So here's just a recap in my memo. We're scheduled to close on the 6 units across the street sometime here into the month. We're waiting on the inspection of the elevators, which has a certificate of occupancy. From there, we'll have 15 days to close. So it'll be a bit of a hustle, but we have all the funds available right now to close. We have a deposit already paid on them for $595, so we'd have to come up with that difference. I think it's $1,755 to close. The intention of what we're doing here is we want to get a reimbursement provision approved so that when we can actually borrow money on the properties after we close, not before we close. And the timing is that banks aren't going to hold a quote open for more than 30 days. So we really need, and we got to close within 15 days of issuing the occupancy permit. So it's a little bit of a chicken and the egg. So why we're doing this, the primary intention of doing a COP for this purchase is to preserve our cash. We just did that funding deck. If we're not able to do this reimbursement provision, that funding stack will be reduced by $2,380,000. We'll have that much less cash to deal with. We're not authorizing, I'm not asking you to approve the terms of the COP tonight. That's going to be competitively determined, interest rate wise. We're going to go shop it and come back for a first reading on what those particulars are. I think that the rate that we're going to be paying is going to be pretty comparable to the rate we're earning on our money now. So it should be, won't be exactly a push. There's always an interest rate risk. Rates move around. But I anticipate it should be pretty close to what we're earning. And I'll just say that by having this reimbursement provision, we're able to actually reclaim that first deposit was made in 2024. So the look back period on reclaiming my deposit, or my deposit, the town's deposit, is too long, so we'd have to have this reimbursement provision. And then also this language in here that we're going to be doing additional capital over the next year or so for the town. So without the resolution, there really is no point of doing the COP. So I would just ask you to consider approving that. And off we go. That's all I've got.
Okay.
I don't understand.
Okay.
So,
I'll take a stab at it. So we're buying the BCC units, the 6 units. We've already paid several deposits. We're going to close. We have the cash on hand to actually complete the closing, but then we have the ability to, after the fact, borrow for the amounts that we've already paid, and at an interest rate that Doug said is roughly comparable to what we would make on that money. And the purpose of doing it would just be to free up cash to then use it for future projects. But to be able to then do this post-closing borrowing and kind of refill the coffers, it has to be construed as a reimbursement COP, and that's what this would tee up. And then there's a
Thank
future
you.
decision on the COP.
got it. So then
I hope
my-
I didn't just say, I hope that, I don't know, I was trying to.
No, that was helpful.
Okay.
That was very helpful, thank you.
Yeah.
So then my question is, and maybe you already addressed this, and I was too busy trying to understand what you had just said. What is the advantage of the COP against the BCC units as opposed to the same COP on Pitchview?
Well, what's the advantage of having the COP on the Midland?
As opposed to like
I think you'd have a COP.
borrowing against Pitchview versus borrowing against Midland. I guess that's what I'm trying to.
I think we're going to be borrowing against both of them.
And if I understand it right,
That's a
the
couple years out.
rent payments from those Midland units would pay the interest on that COP.
On the Midland one. And
Yeah.
so to answer your question, we would not know whether or not we want to do a COP on Pitchview until we made the decision whether or not we wanted to own them or rent them. If we're gonna sell them, we wouldn't be taking a mortgage on them. But if we were to retain Pitchview, those 16 units, we would have to arrange some sort of financing similar to what we're doing here in Midland. And we'd have to secure that lease with rent payments that those properties would generate.
They don't do a COP just on raw land, right? Probably.
But you can do a COP on a project, and
'Cause
so
the pitch is a couple years out, probably at least.
Yeah, I mean, the properties are, it's essentially the security for borrowing, and it's a mechanism to avoid Tabor, which I can, if you want, I can explain it, the way the COPs function. But for example, in the pool project, Arbity Park was used as one of the parcels that was subject to those COPs. So it is possible to use it, but for a development property like the Pitchview project there, I think there'll need to be some more analysis done on.
oh yeah, to find out whether we want to sell those units or sell some of them, or rent some of them. So I don't know if I answered your question.
Well, it sounds like it's just a question mark.
Well, it's a question mark on Pitchview because I don't think there's been
yeah.
clarity.
That's what I meant.
Right. But I think the bottom line here is if the reason we're doing the COP on these units across the street is to preserve our cash and to keep our funding stack in place and to reclaim the deposit we've already made, where we're going to have a dilution in our general fund.
Of 2.3.
I appreciate you bringing this forward and just being mindful of, there's so many other projects we've been talking about. And, I just appreciate the kind of like forward thought and preserving some of our funding for these future projects. So I like it. I appreciate the work you put into it.
Yeah.
It makes a ton of sense. Cash is king. If we can get the cash back,
Always.
we want the cash. And yeah, the debt will be paid for by the rents, and so it's easy money.
I have a weird question, though. Do we pay ourselves back the RETA? How does that work?
Well, I think actually technically what would happen is that if we did, we would be paying ourselves. But I don't think the RO units are
We're
incurring
exempt
a
under the
We're
RETA.
exempt from the
Okay.
REITs.
I was just like,
But again,
feel like
the
give me some alternative
COPs, I'll just
units.
also say, I mean, this, I think, could have been done there's the ability to do this and have cash from the COPs available to close, but doing it just as a reimbursement preserves the opportunity. We're just going to be able to do it post-closing.
And it accommodates the timeline.
Right, and the timeline was wishy-washy based on CO, so.
Mitch issues the occupancy permit, we're on the clock, we gotta close the 15 days.
Right.
We're not gonna be able to hustle to do the COP in 15 days because we gotta do 2 readings.
Right.
After the second reading, we gotta wait 2 weeks.
Right.
So this COP, I think probably won't even actually get in place until Labor Day.
And we need to spend the money, needed to spend the money within that certain period of time, so.
Right.
Yeah.
Exactly, so you got a look back period.
So
it's a little-
logistically, it was really
it's a little bit of-
challenging to do on the front end, which is why it's presented as the reimbursement. Yeah.
They have to make sure we own it.
Mayor, are you good, Rick?
Yeah.
Okay. Mayor, I move the town council adopt resolution number 28, series of 2026.
Second.
So moved and seconded. Pam, will you please call the roll?
Absolutely. Let's begin with David Knight,
Yes.
Elise Hoddle,
Yes.
Angela Anderson,
Yes.
Rick Stevens. Angel Dupré-Bouchard. And
Yes.
Greg Schaffrin.
Yes.
Motion carries unanimously. Thank you.
Great. Last item, thanks, Doug. Item 7H is resolution number 29, series of 2026, resolution of the Town Council of Basalt, Colorado, authorizing participation in the coordinated election to be held November 3rd, 2026, and approving intergovernmental agreements with Eagle County and Pickett County to conduct such election. Jeff and Pam.
Great. Yeah, this resolution would authorize the town to participate in the fall election. That participation is expected to be to submit a ballot issue for borrowing related to the PD Public Works facility. By approving this resolution, it doesn't commit the town to actually submit that ballot question. It preserves the opportunity. So ultimately, there will be an ordinance presented to council on that issue in our August meetings, and that's what would actually submit the question. This just is the logistical piece to allow us to participate and preserve that opportunity. Great.
Mayor, I move that town council adopt resolution number 29, series of 2026.
Second.
Any questions on the motion? All right, Pam, would you please call the roll?
Absolutely. Let's begin with Greg Schaffrin,
Yes.
David Knight,
Yes.
Elise Hoddle,
Yes.
Angela Anderson,
Yes.
Rick Stevens,
Yes.
and Angel Dupré-Bouchard.
Yes.
Motion carries unanimously. Thank you.
Thanks, everyone. Now we're adjourning the meeting. Have a good night.
Thanks, all. Thanks, drive safe, wherever you get to.
Sure. Yeah, we'll see. I think we were running out of letters there.